Hello, my good ones. This video comes out thanks to your support. The story begins with the question, do you believe in fate, and do you believe that fate will lead you to another finale? Depending on what choice you made. The boy flew as if in the abyss while unconscious. Or you believe that no matter what the choice that you made will ultimately lead you to the same final. People shouted for help, and a conflagration flashed around. The girl asked not to approach. The boy shouted, begging for help. Monsters with human faces are too scary. People asked not to approach and ran away. Only there was nowhere to run, and they were very scared. Ahead was a cliff, and it was necessary to hide soon as the monster approached. The girl sat behind the stone and trembled with fear. She asked the monster not to notice her and not to come here. She constantly repeated these words sitting behind a stone. But the monster was already approaching her. It seemed right in front of my eyes and was very terrible and terrible. The girl trembled with fear, and tears poured from her eyes. She asked not to approach. Explosions occurred in the form of bright, fiery lightning. Sparks flew in different directions. The boy also sat at one of the stones and realized that this was the devil of the devil, and this test for starting is too difficult. They said that he did not just need to hold out on the devil star for 5 minutes after using the work change material to complete the tasks, but for a normal person, even a minute is almost impossible to survive among these evil, terrible monsters. The main character is the name of Jian Kai, and now he finds in the middle. Testing for beginners on this planet called the Devil's Star. The Devilish Star is a huge planet that appeared from nowhere on Earth 50 years ago. But the appearance of a devilish star did not cause a gravitational disaster that could force the Earth to deviate from its orbit. Nevertheless, since the appearance of the devilish star, animals and the plant world on Earth have mutated in monsters. These monsters were called deities of animals and sowed chaos around the world. Divine animals are that current human technologies are not able to unite, and their appearance put humanity on the brink of extinction. But in this desperate period, surviving people learned that many mysterious teleportation portals appeared on Earth. People were sent in digital form to the devilish star as soon as they go through the portal. And at that moment when they arrived at the devilish star, they understand that the devil star seems to be a hyper with a realistic virtual world. They walked further and further, and a new amazing world opened before them. In this world, people can engage in various professions, and this is very entertaining. Each has characteristics, equipment, skills, and they can increase the level as if they were playing characters by receiving strong attributes. They even found out that as soon as he reaches a certain level on the devilish star, they will be able to return that supernatural power to the Earth and use it. By that time, people will be as strong as the beast in the real world, and they will also be able to fight against the animals of Delhi. Ultimately, if humanity wants to break out of this difficult situation and survive, they will have to try and gain the strength of the devilish star. And those who decided to go to the Devil Star, they are known as pioneers, and this is not good. Jian Kai is the only survivor here, but he has nowhere else to run. The monster was already approaching his stone and raised his hand with weapons as high as possible over the guy. Whether he spent all the money that his family has accumulated. Is he really here to wait for death? The sister asked his brother just to do it if he wants to get to the Devil Star. He and his older brother will do everything possible to accumulate money for him. His younger sister at such a young age went through all sorts of troubles only to accumulate money so that he came to the Devil Star. The older brother works hard despite the fact that he was diagnosed with renal failure. If they cannot raise enough funds to pay for the operation within 2 months, he will do it. Nevertheless, right now he did not even have time to finish the change of work. Will he really die here after the money saved by his family is also wasted? The monster was already approaching the guy, and he was ready to get under his vile paws. Instead of just sitting here and die, he must risk his life for his family. Jian Kai ran away from the monster as soon as possible, dodging his attacks. He fled faster and faster and bounced when blood rays approached him. He decided that he had to hold on to his only change in order to survive. When the kid reached the edge of the cliff, he began to fall down into a huge, deep abyss. The monster looked at him from this abyss, being very angry that the victim left him, and the boy flew deep into this abyss, looking at how the monster was looking at him. He clenched his teeth and droplets of scarlet blood flowed out of his mouth. Suddenly, something dagged next to him. The system said that its actions perfectly coincide with the actions of those who play gambling. The system congratulated the guy on the fact that he became one of those who changed the profession once in a million. The secret profession opens. The secret profession opened and he completed the change of profession. They hope that he can glorify his secret profession. Genkai flew through tall trees and flying among the leaves fell directly to the ground. He opened his eyes and the guy's gaze lit up with green. He could not understand what was happening. He did not feel any pain after falling from the cliff. And all the wounds received before that healed. The sound of the system sounded for the same time and a blue haze appeared in front of it, in the form of a monitor. The system said that after a change in the profession, its characteristics were updated. This is equivalent to revival. Jiankai carefully looked at the system and asked if she was the artificial intelligence of the Devil Star. The system congratulated him on a successful change in the profession, and now she will explain to him what talents he received as a gambler. All awards and punishments issued by the system will be doubled. During the activation of the profession, the multiple talent worked, so he will receive another talent of gambler. The translation of talent finally worked, and the multiplier appeared. Jiankai was surprised. Was it really another talent of the profession, while others get only one? The system replied that it was, and his next talent is. This is super crit. Critical damage from his attacks was increased, and the initial chance of a critical blow was 0 to 1%. Now the kid had 36 points of characteristics. Jiankai asked if ordinary players get only 20 after a change in the profession, where he gets 36. They can even multiply them. So for each new level, he will receive 20 points instead of 10. Is it not equivalent to the fact that it will grow twice as fast as others? Jiankai looked at the system gave him. He thought that he also had above Crete. Suddenly, other players have critical damage only 200% and he has as much as 20,000%. He decided that let his chance be only 0.1%, but he already has too many advantages. He will be able to raise him and then his damage will be simply abnormal. This is a weapon that used that creature. It was stuck in the ground. He only planned to quickly change the profession after arriving here and earn money for his brother. Even with his weak profession on the Devil Star can be earned a lot. But he could not imagine that he would receive a hidden and so strong profession. Soon, he will be able to accumulate money and the life of his family will improve. The system said that he completed the task to change the profession. It is necessary to complete the quest by reaching the City of Gods intact. But this is just the beginning, and then he must act more confidently and to make the quest training areas. The boy thought that the main goal is to get to the City of Gods in 7 days. It is extremely difficult to get there. The newcomers are full of monsters. At death, the quest will fail, and the player teleports the player back to the ground. The body on the ground will not suffer, even if you die here. After that, you can get here again. Well, this is a small problem only for the rich. The restart of his profile in the Devil Star is a whole fortune, and the rich are not limited in attempts. But the poor, like him, are obliged to pass this on the first attempt and nothing else. The boy began to move through dry, burned trees deeper and deeper. He tried to go as soon as possible and was very careful, as the monsters could attack at any moment. He heard a familiar cry and hid near a huge high cliff. A huge monster appeared near him and opened his evil mouth approaching him. The monster began to approach one guy who was still alive. The guy closed his eyes and asked the Lord to fall. He asked him to leave and exclaimed that he hates the snakes. This guy's name was Yuanju, and he was a childhood friend, Zhang Kai. The boy noticed his friend and realized that it was true. He was in a trap of a snake. Their poison is extremely strong. Even the cannibal animals will die from one bite. He is in great danger. Zhang Kai asked his friend not to be afraid if he came to his aid. Yuanju, when he saw his friend, was very surprised and asked why he was here. The guy with tears in his eyes asked him to forget about him and rather leave. He explained that they have very high characteristics, and they are also poisonous. They have not a single chance against these glorious monsters. But a friend, running away with a weapon in his hands, asked the guy not to worry. He was already approaching the monster. Yuanju was very afraid, and his eyes sparkled with tears and horror when the monster was coming. Zhang Kai held a sharp weapon in his hands and crept up to the enemy faster than him. A friend was very surprised that the guy could kill them. Zhang Kai thought that it was very good, and Yuanju distracts them well so he can attack from the blind zone. But now they have aimed at him. A friend shouted after him was careful. He explained to the guy that they had high dexterity. Zhang Kai was even faster than these monsters and jumped over a huge evil snake. Yuanju was even more surprised and, bulging his eyes, asked, "Really, he could dodge this?" The boy thought to himself that his stats are 2 times higher and equal to the second level, so he thought that snakes of the first level were not even. He grabbed his weapon and headed forward. He gave the Yuanju team to continue to adjust on himself. The boy immediately agreed and followed the advice of his friend. He said that they were distracted by just a minute, and Zhang Kai really killed everyone. Zhang Kai went to the system and noticed that his profession has high dexterity but little strength. But at the same time, damage is enough to kill monsters of the first level with one blow. This iron spear will greatly help him increase his strength for a while. Strength is a basic characteristic responsible for the attack on the star. Yuanju went to his friend and, hugging, exclaimed that he had heard only that the newcomers died at the hands of monsters, but no way. He asked his friend how he could defeat them. The boy replied that he was lucky, and he received the profession of Hambler, but he asks him not to dare to tell someone about it. A friend said that he does not know how he was, but his profession is very good. He was a pioneer with the profession of a martial artist. Zhang Kai, when he heard about the martial artists, said that now it is clear how he was against 3 snakes. She is in 5th place in the kingdom of the gods. How many professions on the Devil Star is unknown to anyone. But first of all, having come here, people should get a profession. The profession that they will receive depends on the quality of the material that they will have before the entrance. The rich spend tens of millions on materials for themselves, and so they get very strong professions after getting here. The poor cannot afford good materials to obtain a profession, so they are weak. The profession of a martial arts master costs at least 50 million. He asked his friend if he had taken a loan. Yuanju replied that there was no story very long. He will tell him later. Zhang Kai suggested in this case to collect materials from the snakes because, as he knows them, it would be possible to sell them. The boy thought to himself that the money earned here can be exchanged for the currency of the earth. This will help him and his family. Speaking about the objects of the Devil's Star by the type of remains and equipment, after receiving, they turn into cards that can be transferred and sold. The system issued the receipt of the remains of the island snake, and you can disassemble it, judging by the battle that the gambling Hambler is stronger than a martial artist. While they talked to them, the girl began to run up and suddenly greeted them. The guys pressed against each other, not understanding who was here, and looked at the girl that unexpectedly appearing from the bushes. She went up to them and said that her name was Su Ai. She cannot pass the test on her own and asked for their team. Zhang Kai apologized and said that it was difficult for them, and it would be even more difficult with her. The guys realized that this was just a pioneer, but the girl approached them and asked not to leave her. She is a healer, and can cure their wounds. She can also extract poison from snakes and improve their weapons if they still find them. She hookily begged not to leave her. Yuanju was very surprised that she could have chill and buff. And this is very cool. Zheng Kai thought and decided that the healer is one of the 10 valuable professions, and it would be nice to have healer in this test. If it had not been reflected then, he would have died. He went to the girl and said that they agree. He explained their name and said that they would get to the final point together. The girl immediately thanked the guys for their kindness. Yuanju asked his friend's ear, did he really liked her, and he changed his mind. Zheng Kai promised him to smear for it. At the same time, the Kingdom of the Gods, the city of Zhangzhong, portal of the Devil Star Base number 18. Before us in this huge building was a data research laboratory. The guy in glasses said that the wristwatch is an excellent invention. They can, with high accuracy, determine the location of the pioneers on the star. The girl replied that, of course, how she knows most hours in the market easily give out all types of devil data. And the more expensive the clock, the more functions they have. The girl's name was Su Lanlin, and she was an inspector of testing for beginners. She asked Professor Lee as her successes and whether her younger sister is in order. Professor Lee replied that judging by GPS, most beginners are already eliminated, and her sister Su Ai is now in a team with 2 people. And unexpected in the window on the balcony, a woman appeared and asked how such a cowardly girl, and joined the team with others. She told her not to join the commands. The woman was very angry. After all, the more beginners gather in one place, the more monsters they attract. Indeed, the guys were already watching the monster who was looking out from behind tall trees. There were several of them, and they hunted for the guys approaching them faster and faster. 3 minutes later, the professor said Su Lanlan that there were really 2 cannibal monsters next to Su Nuan Nuan. The girl got angry and exclaimed that even 1 bust for a group of beginners, and they have no chance against 2. Death on the star is the same as the loss of characters in the game. Their body on Earth will not receive damage, but psychological injuries from experiencing experience can cause serious harm. The professor explained that he watched a monster bitten a piece from him. Su Lanlin began to go to the exit and exclaimed that she would take Nuananen for psychological tests. But the Professor Lee began to tell the girl that 2 cannibal monsters were approaching, and they suddenly died that shocked the professor and inspector. She ran to the monitor and asked what had happened. Let's get back 3 minutes ago. 2 vicious monsters approached their opponents faster and faster. Su Ai, ruining from one of them, exclaimed that apparently this is a cannibal beast. She asked the guys to run as quickly as possible. Zheng Kai thought that the matter was bad, and they are not so agile. He was worried that his friends would probably fall into the clutches of monsters. The boy asked the girl to accelerate. His friend was very scared and looked at Zheng Kai. He asked him to run away and said that he would figure it out. Zheng Kai took his weapon in his hands and thinking that if they continued to die altogether. Therefore, he decided to stay and immediately kill these animals. Raising the weapon up, he began to approach the opponents. He was already next to one of the monsters and pierced him with his sharp metal spear. The boy was very happy to get into this evil monster. He held his weapon very tightly without letting him out of his hands. Drops of blood fell on his fingers. The second monster approached faster and faster to its opponents and struck Zheng Kai. The boy could not understand how much health he had, which did not work out from one blow. The monsters began to approach them and extended evil paws with claws on their fingers right to him. The boy was very upset and decided that he could die in the testing of newcomers, and apparently this is the end. The guys watched what was happening and the girl exclaimed that Kai was in danger. It is necessary to save him immediately. Yuanju squeezed his fists and, taking his breath, decided to come to the aid of his friend. Meanwhile, the residential area of the polluted river. He really was not colorful, and the sky was yellow-red from outgoing aromas and vapors. The woman asked whether he was, who gave a Juj materials for work. She said that he was uncertain how he evaluates him, but her Yuan Ju, although high but very timid. If he meets the monster, then he is unlikely to dare to fight him. The woman brought tea sitting on the couch to a man. The man took the cup and replied that it was. Her child is afraid of the monster very strongly. He began to drink tea and continued to say that he realized that he would never leave anyone in trouble. This guy is very timid in such a situation in which it may not be. Yuanju at that time screamed to help a friend. He began to approach the enemy faster and faster. The boy forgot about her fear and began to tip the monsters with his strength. He stood opposite the monsters, which had already flown away far back, falling on his back. Yuanju asked his friend. He decided to protect him because he was weak. He clenched his fists and using abilities exclaimed that they were brothers and brothers should try together. Jiang Kai was surprised at the devotion of this guy and threw a frightened look at him. Yuanju said a scream that they should die together, like brothers. He put a fist in front of him, which was burning with bright yellow fire and was approaching the monsters. A strong explosion occurred, and monsters fell into the stones, dividing them into small fragments. The stones began to fly around. Even Jiang Kai covered himself with 2 hands so that the fragments did not fall into it. Will he be able to finish him off with one blow? Let him have little damage, but whether such a master of martial arts can do. The boy pulled back and looked in surprise at his comrade. Suai, in turn, was already approaching the guy and began to heal him. She asked him to hold on. Jiang Kai asked Nuan that she had forgotten here, and she was not a fighter. Su Ai exclaimed that she would not leave. The doctor must treat people in spite of any fear. Her father lost the support of healers during the invasion of monsters and died because of this. The girl did not stop and told the guy that when her team needed support, whether she could leave her. She will never do it and will help in any situation, even if it threatens her life. Jiang Kai got up a little to heal and revive his eyes. The boy was very surprised to feel how his wounds gradually heal. He almost healed, and opening his eyes began to slowly get up from the ground as the forces began to be pushed into his body. Jiang Kai, rising to his feet, exclaimed, looking at the girl, that she was really not afraid of death. He thought that even together they would not have enough damage to kill a cannibal beast. After all, these monsters are incredibly strong and vicious. Suddenly, he had some kind of thought. The girl turned to him and said that if they meet the same, then she could extract poison and strengthen their weapons with their own poison. Jiang Kai remembered the words of the girl and asked her if she could extract the poison from the bodies of these killed monsters. Su Ai replied that she can. The boy picked up one of the snakes and asked if she could treat Yuanju and extract poison at the same time. The girl put 2 hands forward, trying to do it, and answered the guy that she was not sure, but she would try. Jiang Kai thought that if he guessed it correctly, they could win. The monsters began to approach them faster and faster. Now he cannot stand alone with this creature, but his friend Yuanju can. Its damage is not enough in order to kill the beast, but with the improvement of SUI-AI, he can do it. If you look closely, their team is a great example from game's combination from the tank, Helen Hiller. The girl exclaimed that the application of the poison was completed. The weapon was completely saturated with poison from the monsters themselves. The boy decided that there was no difference for a beginner or not, and began to approach the next monster. He asked his comrade to hold the beast for him, and began to approach faster and faster. A friend agreed and exclaimed that no problem. Now they work as one team. The outcome of events depends on them, and they play their roles. They are unanimously killing their opponents. And now everything depends on their team. Even if someone finds out that some newcomers like them defeated cannibal animals, they will be able to come and challenge them. The animals shouted from the deadly blows of the team they had inflicted. The system issued a guide that a second level, I have killed a second level, and he gained experience. Yuanju was very surprised that their plan of action worked. The sweat streamed across his face. Su Ai also looked at her comrades and exclaimed that it worked. Many monsters were already lying on the ground, but one of them was alive and again approached the guys. Zhang Kai thought that work in the team really helped. Another monster just got out. He began to approach them, but the guy was not afraid that they would defeat him. They grabbed their guns and each performed their own action. The guys shot a monster like chains. They began to break his weapons with their strength. Su Lanlin was very surprised by noting that her wrist clock shone. Did they really be able to kill two animals? How the three of them coped with those who can alone kill even a group much more. The professor answered, looking at the monitor, which is really not to say that she had enough strength by Nuan. The pioneers in her team are also not strong enough. Stands out from their team Zhang Kai. His profession was not found in the system. They began to view information about the guy, but she was not found. The profession of the star was unknown. Su Lanlin said that this is simply impossible. She thought that the power to kill two cannibal and the profession is unknown. This is something strange. This beginner, what kind of profession and character can be? The player Jiang Kai picked up above the level of the second corpse of a cannibal beast. The guys fell to the ground and spread their hands to the side that they had finally managed. Yuanju said that he did not expect his brother Zhang Kai is so smart. Su Ai said that since they have enough strength for this, then they will pass the test without any problems. Yuanju said that they had to go to the final itself right away. But Zhang Kai told the guys that there was no need to rush. Shengxi is still enough time. They should still slow down a little pace. The guys looked inquiringly at their comrade. The boy began to explain that they know that after the test they give glasses. The first three in the top will be awarded with equipment. The equipment received after training is very good for beginners, and they just need it. Since they can kill animals, they will be able to get glasses for their corpses. And with a large number of points, they can apply for top 3. The boy asked his comrades why not to kill monsters for the sake of glasses and equipment. They squeezed their fists again with surprise looked at the guy. They wondered, but did not say anything. Zhang Kai. A few hours have passed. There was already night outside and was very dark in the forest more often. Yuanju asked Zhang Kai whether he really thinks that it was worth earning glasses like that. Let him ask to accept snakes, but he is afraid of it. The guy trembled with fear and held a large branch in his hands. He thought that the first of them would die. Zhang Kai asked his comrade to be bolder. He is a master of martial arts and was created to be in the role of a tank and damager. In addition, Nuananan can always treat them. The girl just fulfilled her duties. The boy began to explain to his comrades that it would not be so easy to die. After all, they have a very strong team and they cope with monsters together. Zhang Kai was already flying up to the next monster in front of him. And now, 3 snakes have already been killed, and a lot of experience was gained. The animals were crawled half on Earth. The boy thought that the star has the rules, as if the experience is received by the one who kills. And since he is the only one who is capable of killing, they decided that he would be the first to gain. Jiang Kai was sure that this is how he would ensure his team's security. And then, another day passed. The system congratulated the player on the achievement of great experience and his level was increased to the second. The factor's effect also worked, so it gets double glasses. The boy looked at his achievements and rejoiced at this. In just 1 murder of ground snakes, he rose to the 2nd level. Su Ai congratulated Jiang Kai on an increase in level. Yuanju asked if he was already feeling improvements. The boy, smiling, answered his comrades that after an increase he added 20 points of characteristics, and now, after an increase in the level, he had 56 of them. The guys were very surprised by this. Has he really achieved such results? The martial art master was very surprised. Usually they give 10 points. How did he get as many as 20? Su Ai said that moreover, at the 2nd level, 56 points. By strength, he no longer lags behind the fourth level, and it's just amazing. Jung Kai explained that all thanks to his special profession and awards are doubled because of this. Well, the punishment will also double, so he cannot be flattered. Su Ai said that despite the fact that she did not fully deal with his profession, but it turns out she is very cool. Yuanju added that it is much cooler than his martial arts master, and this is obvious. Before the guy appeared his system, she said that since the player reached the second level, he was supposed to be one new skill. But since he has a talent for his skill doubles, Junkai was very surprised and asked at the second level whether it is possible to get a new skill, and moreover, he will receive two at once. The guys were very surprised. Is he really capable of this? It's very cool. The system confirmed that he was given the skill of a map in the Ghost of the Ghost. When throwing items, the flight force increases by 20%. The effect of action increases by 200%. The second skill obtained is the focus of the ghost. The range of its review increases by 50%. Energy consumption increases by 100%. The boy was very pleased because two new rewards for him came out at once. Despite the fact that he had not yet understood them, they seemed to be very useful in his profession. Jang Kai told his comrades that he became stronger so that you can go further to earn experience. Several days have passed. In the corporation, the professor and the rest continued to observe what was happening. Professor Lee told the inspector Su Lanlin that he had passed 2 days, but her sister was surprisingly nothing wrong. The girl was very surprised and asked if he was talking about the truth. She grinned and said that the new is quite tenacious, and his name seems to Jung Kai. Someone very quickly began to approach their corporation with an urgent announcement. The guy in uniform exclaimed that danger was discovered on the territory of newcomers. He asks everyone to get together immediately. The corporation participants immediately turned around and wondered what danger. The country of opponents sent its people to the zone of newcomers and an invasion is expected. In the city of Jianchun, the commander-in-chief Wei In asked everyone to prepare. Su Lanlin looked at the man and asked if this was true about a large-scale invasion. The commander-in-chief lowered his gaze and with a sigh replied that if it was a lie, he would not come here. Su Lanlin said that they would be attacking the free, fiber, and this is a special profession of an enemy country. They specialize in the murder of beginners. Meanwhile, the guys wish the rest of good luck. Advanced players cannot and should not enter the zone of newcomers so as not to prevent development. But the lands of the country are different from others. The guys had already entered the dangerous territory and began to move on. They have special skills that allow you to penetrate the territory of another state. Moreover, they use very cruel methods of murder. It's just some crazy torture. The guys who fell into their hands shouted in horror and asked not to do this. They asked to kill better, but they will not return there for anything in the world. Su Lanlan clenched her fists, and angry she moved her eyebrows to her nose. She began to worry, because Nuan is too weak if these animals attack her very poorly. The commander-in-chief replied that we need to prepare newcomers. The large-scale attack of the army of the Sleeks has already begun. Therefore, they must prepare for the fact that no one will survive of them. Jiang Kai, in turn, was thinking about further plans and instructions. Meanwhile, the guys were already moving through the forest thicket. It was very dark and terrible. Jiang Kai heard a noise somewhere in the bushes and turned his head towards the sound of the sound. Yuanju was also alert and asked his comrades what was the matter. The boy explained to her friends that there was something in the depths of the forest and went there. Yuanju asked Jiang Kai what he was slow and what he was doing and asked to go soon. Su Ai was very surprised and exclaimed, looking in front of him, that there was nothing there. But the boy focused his vision and, opening the ghost's eyes, answered his comrades that there was a little further. He exclaimed that there was probably something there and began to quickly move through the forest thicket to that place. He looked at the trees that towered right in front of them, and an explosion occurred there. The boy exclaimed that everything worked out and asked the guys to run forward after him. Yuanju said that there was nothing there, that he had such a vision. The pioneer Zhang Kai killed a wild boar of the second level, and the current experience points were 200. Yuanju was very surprised by his keen eye. He asked how the kid noticed a boar in such a distance. Su Ai added that he also killed him. Zhang Kai explained to the guys that there was nothing surprising in this, and all this thanks to new skills. The system asked if he wanted to get a corpse of a wild boar, a carcass of a wild boar with sharp spikes. Spikes can be used for weapons. The boy, of course, clicked to agree. The current skill card in the hand of the ghost increased damage. Thanks to the focusing of the ghost, vision has become better, and now you can follow the attacks. In other words, the enemy did not even notice him. Zhang Kai examined the monitor on his system. He is not enough, only 1 point to the third level. The boy took the weapon in his hands and invited the guys to kill some monster. Yuanju sighed heavily and replied that he was still at the first level. Meanwhile, someone spoke laughing to his captain that the second team was very lucky. The guys moved forward. A river flowed more often next to the forest, and they passed along it. The voice continued to repeat that he did not think that it would take so little time. The man in armor exclaimed sarcastically, smiling that the time had come. Zhang Kai asked these comrades who they were and squeezed his fist. The guy began to get a sharp sword and replied that they were not afraid of, because they are good people. He explained that they only want to tear his chest and make it bleeding, or remove the skin alive from him and then feed it to the animal. A group of people surrounded the guys. They were around Zhang Kai and his friends. They were as if driven into a corner. The guy exclaimed, turning to the guys, that they all had one common goal. Zhang Kai heard something again and cast his eyes to the side. He was very tense and excited. This man, who was near them, inspired horror and fear. He was completely dressed in chainmail. He was a smuggler captain of the second team. He explained that their task would not allow beginners to undergo tests. Su Ai was simply shocked and said Zhang Kai that she knew these people. It looks like they are freezers specializing in the murder of beginners. The guys were in earnest. The girl explained that they are all higher than the third level, and the highest level is the fifth. The team of thugs approached the guys faster and faster, and they were too strong. Zhang Kai thought about how to be further and how to resist such strong guys. He thought about that looking at his opponents, that there are a lot of people here and it was everything at the fifth level. Its current characteristics can at best compete with the fourth level, but obviously not with the fifth. And opponents were already approaching them faster and faster. The leader gave the brothers a team not to stand still. The boy decided that something needed to be done and began to get his weapon from the scabbard. He asked Yuanju and Nuanuan to hold together as he needs to share with them. The guys agreed, but they were very worried about what their comrade was planning. The leader of the opponent smiled and asked, only now he decided to start acting. And they are all so slow. He gave the team to his two guys to go in pursuit of him, and so far they have fun with these. They immediately began to run after their victims as soon as possible to attack them. One of the opponents noticed that the guy was quite fast. The second exclaimed that he would not go anywhere from them. They began to run after their victims faster and faster, so as soon as possible to tear them into pieces. But suddenly, the opponent stopped, not understanding where their victim had gone. One of them laughed and asked if the guy decided to play with them. An evil, rather smile did not leave his face. The second said that he was very excited. As soon as they find him, then all his legs are broken. When the acute saber Zhang Kai flew in his direction, the guy exclaimed that he decided to compete with them. But the garbage is not an opponent for them, and he caught his weapon very cleverly with one hand. While he caught his weapon, the guy had already dropped him on his back so that his partner did not expect this blow. A strong explosion occurred, and the man flew away far back, hit his back on the ground. His partner was very surprised and asked if everything was fine with him, because he flew high upstairs. When the guy came closer to his comrade, he saw him lying on the ground as dead. He could not understand how this happened. Junkai smiled and asked, "Really? All the freezers are so easily dying?" He exclaimed, looking at his opponents, that there was nothing to envy. The system announced the probability of a critical blow and was unclear. The power of a critical blow is also not clear. The boy could not understand whether at his third level the attributes are only 45 units, and he already has as many as 60. The enemy grimaced in bewilderment and asked how this is possible. Jiankai focused and, using all his abilities, began to approach his enemy. He pierced him with his weapon many times, and the enemy cried to the ground with a cry. The boy realized that he succeeded. In terms of general characteristics, it is not inferior to the fourth level. Therefore, it was possible to deal with the third. He suggested escaping, but in order to attract a small part of the freezers, and it is more convenient to kill. Meanwhile, Yuanju and Su Ai remained in their places and waited for the attacks of opponents. Jiankai thought that he had almost reached the third level. Well, if he kills a freelet, the system informed the guy that he managed to kill the sailor. Before the victim's body dissipates the system asked if he wanted to appropriate his experience to himself. He can get up to 100 experience points that will definitely not be superfluous to him. Zhang Kai exclaimed that, of course, he wishes. It's more experience that can get more experience for the murder of careless people, and even the monsters do not have to kill. In this case, he needs all their experience points. And now the system congratulated its master on the achievement of the third level. Zhang Kai was very happy and laughed that he had finally reached the third level. Now, the overall attribute indicator is 76 points, and only 60 glasses have the fifth levels of fifth levels. The boy went to one of the opponents and took off his wrist from his wrist. He decided that now he had to return and demonstrate his strength to them. He went to his comrades. The guys were already waiting for him, since the danger was too close to them and they were already approaching the girl. One of the enemies said that in front of them is a master of martial arts and a doctor. He did not think that they would stumble at once at the two best professions. The second guy also smiled maliciously and said that these were good professions. He clenched his teeth and exclaimed that it was time to torture them to death. Su Ai lowered her head down and asked Yuanju, two stinglets chased behind K, whether he would be able to return. Meanwhile, the boy exclaimed that he would definitely succeed and was already nearby. He will never simply give up, especially when such a girl is nearby. And when his friends and family in danger, he will try and nothing matters to him. The enemy exclaimed, looking at his victims, that he was already over with Prelude and gave the command to move forward. The commander said that it was time to speak and show his victims what they are capable of. Jiang Kai, while behind their backs, was ready to jump out of the forest thicket. Many spikes flew towards the opponents and stuck in their heads. Su Ai was very surprised by this. The guy squeezed his teeth, exclaimed that he knew that the boy would return. The opponents were very surprised, and one of them asked who was there and who crept up here. He asked him to go out more and offered to fight him. But the enemy did not see his opponent. He thought that some new profession may have appeared, and it is very interesting. Jiang Kai seemed to play with them, deceiving them, and acting from afar, attacking them with sharp peaks. One of the enemies decided that it was necessary to wash off and rather settle down. The girl exclaimed, looking at the enemy, that the shirter was running away. But he was asked how he wants to leave after he hurt his brother. The green eye of the kid was already looking through his enemy through. Zhang Kai exclaimed menacingly, looking at the enemy, that his life belongs only to him. He directed all his strength against the enemy and pierced him with a sharp spear. The guy began to scream in pain and fell on one knee. All enemies were scattered around the perimeter by the faces of faces down and spread their arms to the sides. Jiang Kai appeared because of the trees and said that it was over with freezers. He asked if everything was all right with Nuananan. The girl was delighted that the guy returned and did not notice that he was seriously wounded. She came closer to him and said that she could not help him. Yenju was delighted that Jiang Kai had returned and said that he would not go further with them. He was very wounded and falling to the ground exclaimed that he could no longer. Wanja told his comrades that adventure with them is his best memories, and now he asked to pick up his share. The guy asked to try hard to go through the test. The girl began to cry strictly, as she's sorry for her brother Yuanju. Could she really do anything? Jiang Kai turned to a guy by name and looked at him with sadness in his eyes. He approached his comrade and inquired, maybe he would already do a business, and he will not lie here and sigh. He explained that he did not specifically kill the caresses so that someone could replenish his experience and recover. Su Ai thought that in the Devil Star you can recover from another player. Yuanju exclaimed that in this case he was saved. Jiang Kai said that he thought he was pretending. In any case, these freezers were not going to leave him alive. Therefore, he also asks not to regret them in any case. He wished them a good subsequent reincarnation. One of the opponents continued to wallow on the ground, and he wished him good luck. Jiang Kai asked, laughing, "Is it not cool?" and he will become his donor. He decided to use his voluntary victim. This is the same time for the Transportation Department of Freezers of the City of L Research Institute. The guys shouted that they were scared, and some newcomer destroyed them all. They are too cruel to the guys and took all the experience of experience. What else is it? And how this could happen? The top of the City of L was shocked by the fact that freezers could suffer so much. Is it really a new profession that can withstand the freezers? At the same time, in the kingdom of the gods, the professor looked at the monitor that the matter was bad. Judging by the latest data, the Nuanunan team collided with freezers. Su Lanlin was very surprised and frightened. Really something happened to her. The commander-in-chief said that not a single newcomer managed to get away from the sailor and asked her to prepare for death. Meanwhile, the professor looked at the monitor again and exclaimed that he did not think so. He continued to look at the monitor and said that Su Ai did not die during the battle with the freezers. On the contrary, she increased her level. The commander-in-chief was very surprised, and the girl too. He asked how so, how they managed to increase their level when fighting with freezers, or freezers helped them kill the monsters. Professor Lee replied that no, and Nuanyuan could not reach so quickly a new level by killing a freelet. The guy explained nearby sitting that she had risen at 2 levels. He asked his comrades how they think she could kill a free fiber. The guys were even more surprised. The commander-in-chief dropped a cup of water right on the floor. He asked him to show him the data of the SUAIAI team. He was simply shocked by what was happening. The guys began to immediately open the testimony of the guys and provided them with the commander. Before him was Jiang Kai, with an unknown level and an unknown profession. Su Ai had the 3rd level and profession healer. Yuanju also has the 3rd level and profession of martial arts. The commander-in-chief was very surprised because without the murder of freezers, they would not be able to rise to 2 levels in such a short time. Su Lanlan asked, unless it was possible. Nuanuan does not have combat abilities. Maybe this guy Jiang Kai figured out all the freezers. Well, this is very strange. The commander-in-chief said that his intuition shows that it was his work, and why its indicators did not decide. Professor Lee reported that he found information on this score. All travelers give out special hours to determine information, but with Jiang Kai, they are the oldest. The server of this model ceased to be served more than 10 years ago, and they are not connected to the internet. Therefore, his information is not available to them. The girl thought over the years, does he really use antique hours? The commander-in-chief became very interesting, and he wanted to check this information, get it out of the ground. He asked the guys to collect real information for him about Jiang Kai. He wanted to see his characteristics. Yuanju stood in front of the monitor, and he exclaimed that it was very cool. He did not think that he would restore the entire volume of life. Su Yi was also very happy. The guy said that he had received a professional skill of the clatter of the earth. He can hit enemies that are nearby. The girl began to look at her abilities. She explained that she also received a new skill, namely the goodwill of the healer, and now her abilities will improve. Zhang Kai smiled pretty much and said that they had worthy skills for the healer and martial arts. Wenju told the guy that now he is one level higher. Maybe now he will also be able to fight on equal footing. Zhang Kai smiled in response and said that actually he also raised his level. The guys were very surprised by this indicator. Yuanju took his head and asked when he managed to reach the 4th level, because he was just the 2nd. Sui also noticed that he also has 96 attributes, and such indicators are equivalent to the 8th level. Zhang Kai explained that when he killed 2 free fiber, he was given the 3rd level, and when he returned here and killed 5 more who was able to reach the 4th level, he comes out again better than him. Yuanju exclaimed that he was very annoying. Meanwhile, the girl went to the guy and asked him what they would do next. Zhang Kai replied that he had heard that their captain said that they belonged to the 2nd group of freezers, which means that there is the 1st detachment that they would kill. And now, half a day passed. Somewhere in the forest in the area of newcomers there was a noise. The guy laughed and asked where they had just come from. It is interesting how weak the guys were from the 2nd team, that they were so quickly smashed. The guys continued to laugh, and one of them said that it was time to change them. This was the 1st detachment of 5th level caresses. The captain of the first 5th level ridiculous detachment asked them to stop relaxing. The authorities said that the matter is serious, so that it is necessary to behave appropriately. In any case, beginners are limited by the 5th level, so they should not be particularly difficult to deal with them. Yuanju asked his comrade whether he was sure that he could fight with 9 5th level freezers. Zhang Kai asked not to worry, because even if he could not kill them, it would definitely be possible to protect them. In addition, if they do not try to kill them, then they will destroy other newcomers. Therefore, the boy exclaimed his comrades that he needed to strike the first. The captain of the team asked his guys to be careful because someone was approaching them. The guy laughed in response and exclaimed that this was just a beginner of the 4th level. But he quickly increased his level, and it should be precisely he defeated the 2nd detachment. Capital noticed that it was not bad and gave the team to advance to his guys. All remain in combat readiness and do not dare to lose to him. Zhang Kai thought that it was bad, and they also come out and support the system. According to their original plan, he had to lure the enemy, and then slowly getting rid of them alternately. It was necessary to catch freezers one after another, but this detachment is too large. Therefore, it will not be easy. Now the main thing for them to escape themselves, and if possible to kill a few freezers. The problem is not that they do not have a countermeal. They simply did not come up with a plan B. The boy was already approaching her opponents and thought that if he wants to get rid of everyone at once, then it would be hard. He decided that he would have to make a lot of effort and began to approach the opponents. Zhang Kai grabbed his weapon in the form of an acute peak, and it was lit up with bright turquoise rays. One of the opponents was very surprised and asked the second what this guy was doing. The guy could not understand where he was going. Is he really so scared that he cannot decide which way to fly to? The enemy aimed at Zhang Kai. He had already approached him trying to strike. But the guy coughed a little, flew away to the side, dodging the blow. He realized that he was still not close enough. He asked if he was still biting. Opponents seized very sharp long knives, and one of them gave the command to remove the skin from him. The boy began to fly to his opponents, but again was not close enough. He made a somersault around the guys and hit one of them very much in the side. The leader could not understand what was the matter. He looked at the fight and was very surprised what was happening there. They have a 5th level, and he has only the 4th, and how he withstands their powerful attacks. One of the guys told his captain that something was wrong. They had too little time to determine its characteristics. But as soon as he analyzed it with the help of high-tech watches, that they could not see all his attributes. But at least the agility of the guy is about 30 points, and this is a lot for him. The captain was even more shocked and surprised that the dexterity glasses are 30. He must be mistaken. The guy began to scream that at his 5th level he had less than 20 points, as he had so much. The guys could not understand how they then defeat their opponent at all. The captain squeezed his fists without understanding what was happening. But the clock could not be mistaken. If this guy really has such a high dexterity in this case, who else pursues him? The captain began to shout to his guys that everything was badly attacked by them very cleverly. It is necessary to run away as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the rest of the opponents were very surprised, after which finally understood something. Zheng Kai was behind their backs and exclaimed that he had inflated them quite easily. He began to approach with another attack to the rest of the enemies and deal with them. The boy explained to the opponents that it was too late to run too late, and the strongest explosion happened next to them. A bright yellow flame rose straight to heaven. The guys did not have time to repel the attack. They fell to the ground with their backs, stones that scattered to the sides. Zheng Kai decided that Yuanju did a good job, and now the rest should be provided to him. He began to approach his opponents and attack them with bright blue lightning. They only managed to fly in different directions, falling to the ground. Zheng Kai decided what to do. Yuanju exclaimed that he had destroyed 9 representatives of the 5th level and could not understand that this boyfriend is. Zheng Kai looked at the monitor and exclaimed that he had finally reached the 5th level. For each murdered traveler above 1 level, the number of experience is doubled. It turns out he received from each holder of the 5th level of 400 units. Su AI was very surprised and said that she heard that this limit of which could be achieved in the zone of newcomers. Zheng Kai replied that these were trifles and just a lot of experience fell from them. He still had survivors, therefore, you need to hurry. The comrade asked the guy what they would do next. Zheng Kai replied that he had previously needed to kill the monsters in order to receive experience points. Now, this necessity has disappeared, therefore, it will simply help them. After they get enough points, they will go to the finish line. The guys were very happy about this, and Yuanju said that his turn had come to become strong. The boy gave the team to be careful because on the way to the finish line, you need to score as many points as possible. Well, the closer they move to the finish line, the fiercely the monsters become. Even in the zone of newcomers, there are bosses, and you need to be careful. The guys immediately agreed with their savior, but suddenly they heard some kind of noise. It was not just a noise, but a loud roar of monsters. A huge monster appeared in front of them, who opened his terrible fanged mouth. They approached them as soon as possible, but did not have time to reach, as they found themselves on the ground. Su Ai, peering out from behind the bushes, said that this was the corpse of the beast. There are a lot of bites on it, and someone bit him to death. Zheng Kai began to use his talent focusing the ghost. He focused on his eyesight and began to peer very far into the distance. The boy said that he had just seen a golden light in the distance. Does it seem to them that this golden creature could kill the monster? The girl asked what gold creature the boy was talking about and began to peer forward. There really was a lot of bright yellow fire. It was golden. This light saw Zheng Kai from afar with his amazing focused vision. Yuanju asked what this is for such a creature. This creature can attack them. Bright yellow light began to approach them in the form of a huge ball flying very quickly. This light began to fall into a girl or a guy with bright long lightning. They realized that this color is a golden essence. This thing pursued them. Yuanju asked Zheng Kai to beware. He said that this creature is very dangerous and it is necessary to be on the alert. They already held their hands on their wounds. The boy stood opposite the bright golden rays and put his hand in front of him. The guys could not understand what he was doing, and their eyes increased several times. Jiang Kai caught a beast in the hands of some kind of animal and tried to hold him with one hand looking at him. The guys were shocked when they saw a small mouse or hamster in his hand. Wenju asked how he caught him so quickly. The girl also noticed that he was holding him in her hands. Jiang Kai asked the guys whether they considered this thing fast. And is it not a simple mouse? The hamster began to squeak and call the guy. He asked who he was and said that he would still regret it. Jiang Kai noticed that the mouse seemed too offended, but the animal began to break out of his hands. His gaze changed and filled with gold. The mouse began to grow and tear out from the hands of the guy. Very long, bright golden rays began to come from him and go towards Jiang Kai. Yuanju grabbed his head with his hands and asked the guy why he let him go. He was even able to kill the monster himself. Jiang Kai did not let him go, held tightly in his hands. He looked him right in the eye. The boy explained that everything is in order, and for him, he is too slow. The hamster continued to squeak more and more. The guy began to focus the ghost's eyes plus attribute of dexterity, and in a second, he grabbed it 10 times. The guys were then covered and could not understand how Jiang Kai is so fast. They thought that it was very cool, and now, a few minutes passed. The mouse, still lost and completely exhaled, fell on the hand of the guy. Jiang Kai smiled and said that it seems like the mouse is nowhere else to run. Yuanju asked his comrade that he had such a speed. The boy replied whether he does not know if the mouse will come in handy during the battles, but the free assistant will not be superfluous. He told the girl that she had almost reached the 4th level and asked to find the corpses faster and then take the remnants of experience from them to reach the 5th level at the end of the test. Su Ai replied that she noticed well that the mouse was very nice. Yuanju was upset and thought that he had the feeling as if he were a discharge of some kind, and not a martial art master. The street was already on the street, and the full moon illuminated everything around the mountains and green forests. Some man in a hoodie laughed and exclaimed that he had already arrived. He took the tree with one hand and said that finally, after so many days, he finally managed to get to the zone of newcomers. Before us is the city of Shannel. He was an extensive and bright city. The guys with spears in their hands and chainmail congratulated a beginner on the test. Now he can officially become a traveler of the Devil's Star. Before them was the accompanying newcomers to the Xiaotao. He explained that unfortunately the guy was not the first, but the rating is not so important. Passing itself, that's what is important. The guy answered his captain that he was really not the first, but where he got, that he was striving to come running. The rest of the guys were surprised. The rating is calculated by points and it has a lot of killed monsters. But can he exchange them for glasses? Did the beginner really be able to kill so many monsters? The guy laughed and replied that all this was nonsense. He is the second gentleman from the Huan family. He is the future head of the guild and has passed special training before he got here. The second master of the guild of the Huan family was called Huan Wei. One of the warriors asked, "Is the Huan family consisting of Xuan's guild?" The second said that the guild Xuanhou is part of the 10 best cities of Shanyao. He is not surprised that he is so capable. Xiao Tao congratulated, despite the fact that on glasses he was not the very first. 10 cities of Shanyao would definitely enter the top by power. Huan Wei laughed and said that he was Huan Wei will certainly become great. The conquest of the first place is only the first step. He put his arms to the sides and squeezed them, that if they give him a little time, the whole star of the devil will go to his feet. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the zone of newcomers, wide and tall trees spread, Jiang Kai said, turning to his guys, which was already very strange for half a day, but not a single monster had met. The boy tried to understand what was the matter, whether the mouse is scaring them away. Su Ai asked, "Is it possible because he is so cute?" Before she finished, as not far from them, someone growled very menacingly. They threw their eyes on the paws with huge, long, and sharp claws that were right in front of them. Twilight wolves approached them, and there were a lot of them, a whole flock. At the wolves, paws shone with bright blue light, and the claws were very long and sharp. The animals began to approach slowly to their victims, grinning and growling loudly. The boss of the zone of newcomers to the city of Shannel, the king of twilight wolves, was preparing to attack. Jiang put up his weapons and said that this was the boss of the zone of newcomers, king of twilight wolves. He explained to the guys that they fell into the boss and surrounded the wolves. Yuanju said that he heard as if the king of twilight wolves, the most powerful creature in the zone of newcomers, whom no one had managed to kill. He asked the guy what they would do. Jiang also noticed that there are too many wolves, and he himself could run away, but his comrade is not. In this case, he will fight to death. He told his comrades that they could not escape and only remains to break through. Boss Volkov asked his flock to run faster and kill the king. The guys were preparing to defend from the attack. Yuanju prepared for the attack and lit up with a bright golden light emitting hot energy. The bright golden pillar of light spilled on the sides, and the guy began to approach the opponents. Yellow lightning scattered around, approaching the wolves. It was just a great skill. The guy asked Nuan to take advantage of his technology. Jiang decided that now his turn began to focus the ghost. He began to use the map in the ghost. The boy released a sharp metal spear from his hand that flew towards the boss. The wolf tried to dodge, and his eyes flashed with bright red light, and the fangs glowed with white needles with sharp knives. The guys were very scared for their comrade, both for themselves, and their faces flowed into a trickle of sweat. Jiang was seriously scared and asked why the defense could not break through. The wolf was already approaching faster and faster to the guys, and his eyes burned with anger and a thirst for revenge. They were already close to their opponents, and the girl exclaimed that things were pretty bad. King Volkov ordered his associates to attack them. The guys tried to defend themselves. Yuanju exclaimed that they could not attack the king of wolves, and you need to come up with something else. Jiang began to think frantically and decided that the king's defense was too strong, and they surrounded him. Meanwhile, a small mouse began to wake up hearing some kind of noise near himself. When the wolves approached his owner, he finally woke up and wondered. The mouse could not understand what was happening and looked at the evil wolves. The mouse understood by scanning a flock of wolves that he was in front of him. He began to suddenly grow and began to use his strength to the maximum. He lit up with a golden bright light. The mouse directed bright golden rays in the form of fire towards his opponents. He squealed very loudly, and bright rays plunged into the bodies of wolves, erupting conflagration. Jiang was very surprised to watch his mouse. How could she bite the king of wolves? The guy again began to use the focus of the ghost, and they lit up with a green bright light. When the boy looked like, he saw that the mouse was able to injure the wolf. It's just wonderful, and thanks to the mouse, its protection is penetrated. It remains only to put a little to the wound. And then King Volkov will lose if he does it as soon as possible. Jiang began to approach the king of wolves very quickly. He began to scream in pain, and the mouse was delighted to help. The boy noticed that he almost succeeded. If he takes advantage of the focus to strike, then he may be able to finish off this healthy huge boss of the wolves. The boy began to use a 200th category, and many bright turquoise lightning flew towards a healthy monster. Su-ai covered her hands from such a powerful blow of the guy. She tried to look with one eye at what Jiang did. The girl was very surprised by such a powerful blow to their comrade. Yuanju was also shocked that he killed the king of twilight wolves. But the kid looked somewhere into the distance. The system congratulated him, Traveler Jiang with the victory over the boss of the zone of newcomers to the king of twilight wolves. He thought their battle would last a very long time. It turns out, managed to defeat him with a 200th critical blow. In addition, this is the first time he was able to recreate a critical blow of such a power. The guys asked the kid to look at the flock of wolves. It seems that the wolves are leaving. The kid asked his guys whether they could fight. Comrades exclaimed that they could. Jiang Kai said that since the king is no longer there, the remaining wolves are just miserable bugs. Yuanju agreed with him, but said that they barely survived in this fight. The boy gave the team to his guys not to let them go alive. And then a mortal battle ensued. The wolves scattered from the powerful blows of the guys. Yuanju fled to meet the danger, and Suiaii also used all her abilities. A lot of bright yellow light spilled around in the form of a hot conflagration. The guys scattered all the wolves by killing to the last, and laughing exclaimed that they had finished. Wenju, looking at the corpses of the wolves, said that he did not expect that they could defeat the boss of the newcomer zone. Su Ai exclaimed that they are really very cool. Jiang Kai asked the guys to prepare to pick up glasses. Yuanju asked him what they would do next. The boy explained that they have many points in stock, so they should go to the finish line. Yuanju laughed and exclaimed that this territory of the city of Shannel was coming out on the Star of the Devil. It was very lively here. The city of Shannel is the largest recreation center throughout the Devil Star. The girl noticed that the boy's mouse was running away, but he began to reassure her and said that everything was in order and he was absolutely free. If fate reduces them together again, he will not mind. Before us is the gym after the test in the zone of newcomers. The guy congratulated Jiang Kai and the guys on the test of another and said that his name is Tao. He is a guide for all newcomers. Jiang Kai smiled at him in response and asked the captain could he see the rating. The guy replied that of course he could. Wan Wei saw him and laughed that this was a great coincidence. Who would have thought that his employee would also take part in the test? He said that he himself could show him a rating. The boy, too, throwing his gaze at Wan Wei, thought that he did not expect to see him here. The guy began to show the table and exclaimed that he was the first, but they, too, took the first places from the end and laughed even louder. The guys at the back of him also laughed and asked to look at this scum. As soon as there was enough conscience, they laughed and said that they were in front of them. Jiang Kai thought that in order to accumulate on his trip to the Devil's Star, the sister worked in the house of Huan Wei. This villain often molested her. In addition, he often beat him. Yuanju could not resist that Huan Wei was mocking his friend, and squeezing his fists, exclaimed that he would wash his mouth with soap now. Jiang Kai stopped his comrade and said that everything was in order. Ponichka wanted to report that the rating would be changed in the near future. He explained to everyone else that the three of them would certainly become leaders. But the guys began to laugh loudly at them. Huan Wei asked that this is still for arrogance, because they are already the first from the end that they still need. He told the captain what these guys think with the coils, and it would be time to follow the psychologist. Jiang Kai asked his guys not to respond to them. The girl smiled sweetly, and lowering her head down to her comrade that they would do so. Yuanju showed in his clock and laughing said that everything would change soon. They really decided to change everything and began to back with each other with their arms over their chests. When a table of their achievements arose, the guys immediately opened their mouths being shocked by what was happening. Huan Wei was very surprised and droplets of sweat began to drain across his face. He was shocked by how many monsters they killed. Not only simple monsters, but also Twilight Wolves, and this simply cannot be. They even killed the king of Twilight Wolves. But the mouths of rivals were increasingly revealed. Huan Wei said that it was ridiculous in how they coped with the king of Twilight Wolves. Is this possible? Jiang Kai smiled back and told him to believe or not, this is his right. But the rating is the indicator. The guys asked the rest to watch rather, the rating was updated. It turns out that all this was true. Huan Wei was very angry and asked how it could be. Did they really get into the top 3? Jiang Kai approached his opponents and asked if they were thinking that it was all. The boy told the captain that here they were still a ward for freezers. He asked if it was possible to transfer everything to glasses. The guys were shocked and noticed the clock of the careers of the country L. Their surprise simply did not have a limit. Huan Wei began to laugh again and exclaimed that they were lying. How newcomers could kill freezers, and they are just liars. He spread his arms to the sides and asked where the freezers came from at all in the competition. Did anyone see them? The guys exclaimed that no one saw them. Then the guy turned to the master and said that everyone said that they did not see any free fiber. Then they are lying. He advises to cancel their glasses and check in all severity. The guy continued to ask the captain to figure out everything and take everything more seriously, then certainly punish them. Suddenly, behind their backs, someone appeared and said that the freezers really appeared. There was simply no time to report on it. In front of them was the deputy commander-in-chief of the city military district of Jianchun, Lu Xun. He explained that he was also very surprised when he heard about them. Therefore, he offers to reward Jiang Kai and his comrades for selflessness. Huan Wei was shocked and said that it was Lu Jun, the deputy commander-in-chief. It turns out that they actually killed freezers. Lu Jun went to the guy and said that in order to somehow reward him, it was decided to increase his award in the form of equipment. Initially, the award for the second and third place was increased from B to A, but now, with regard to the first place, the award was increased to the level of S. Jiang Kai did not expect such a reward and was very surprised. His comrades asked whether it was true. The girl exclaimed that it was very cool, and Jiang Kai thanked the deputy commander-in-chief. The rivals grabbed their hands on their heads, surprised at such a huge reward. And there is such equipment at all. Class Star Devil Jiang Kai. The boy said that at present, the equipment of the Devil Star is divided into categories from F to S, where F is the lowest quality of equipment, and S, respectively, the best. As a rule, equipment B and C is considered pretty good. Equipment of the rank A and S are considered more rare. Every traveler dreams of them. Huan Wei, listening, was very angry and gritting his teeth, hid evil against his opponent. He thought that Jiang Kai not only removed him from the leader's place, but also received a great equipment. The guy exclaimed that it was unfair and there is definitely something wrong. The Jiang's family is the lower class, and how he can compete with him. The boy went to Huan Wei and asked him unless it is important in this situation. He warns that the guy does not dare to insult his family. The captain asked Huan Wei not to do stupid things. But the guy began to approach the enemy and taking out the sword, asked if he wanted to say that he was mistaken. After all, they all speaks all the poverty correctly. His brother is sick, and his sister is a cleaning lady, and he crawled in his feet. But today he decided to change everything. Jiang Kai carefully listened to everything, after which he changed his eyes, unable to keep the offense against his family. Huan Wei said that he himself knows that his sister is still working in his house, so let him dare not angry him, or once he gets to her. The boy was very angry and pulling out his weapons began to approach the enemy. He turned out to be with lightning speed near him and wounded Huan Wei with a sword right in his chest. The guys were scared and could not understand what had just happened. They opened their mouths in surprise. Su Ai widely opened her eyes and called her comrade. They were very surprised that the boy had just done. Deputy Commander-in-Chief, throwing his gaze at Jiang Kai, realized that he had struck Huan Wei. One of the guys shouted that Huan Wei is a native of Huan's family, and she enters the top 10 best guilds of the country. As only he had the courage, he had enough to do so. Huan Wei, holding his hand at the wound, asked Jiang Kai how he dared to harm him. Does he know what will happen to him now? The boy laughed in response and exclaimed that he was the first to insult his family. Does he think that he does not understand who he is? Huan Wei stood on the same knee and looked at his opponent. Jiang Kai said, approaching him, that the family is the most important thing that is in his life. The guys listened carefully to the guy's words. The captain and deputy commander-in-chief were frozen in anticipation. Jiang Kai approached the enemy and said that no matter who insults his relatives, but in any case, He will kill everyone who will do it. Huan Wei put his hand forward and asked the boy to wait. But before he had time to finish, the enemy attacked him. The guy began to scream and amazed to fall right on his back. From his lips began to spray red drops of blood. The system said that Zhang Kai kills the first-level traveler Huan Wei, thereby earning 6 experience points. The system asked if he wanted to pick them up. Zhang Kai sighed and said that he had only 6 points of experience. Is his family so poor? The guys were very angry and began to scream how he dared to kill the heir to the Huan family. Despite the fact that in reality he is still alive, the anger of the Huan family will not go anywhere. It was a very serious and bold decision. The deputy commander-in-chief approached Zhang Kai. He thought that this guy does not lose his composure, and he is an amazing person. He approached Mr. Jiang Kai and said that he killed Huan Wei during self-defense, so he proposes to close this issue. He told Zhang Kai that 3 of them should follow him and he would take them to awards. The guys immediately thanked Lu Jun. The comrades told their friend that he was well done, and it was simply amazing. Li Jin explained that now they can see their equipment and open as soon as possible. The boy thanked the deputy commander-in-chief and went to his chest. Su Ai also opened her chest and was very happy when she saw a Jade of Life. Equipment about which every healer dreams of at first. Li Jin said, Nephritis of Life adds 15 points to physique and spirit, which very positively affects the healing process. Yuanju squeezed his fist and exclaimed that his armor was very pretty. The guy asked the others to look at him. Li Jian patted his hands and said that armor from the Black Rhino increases the protection by 16 points, and the resulting damage is reduced by 16%. Equipment is perfect for both attack and protection. The guy exclaimed that this was just for him. Su Ai patted her hands and squeezed her hands near her chest, asked Zhang Kai to see what he had. The boy approached her chest and began to open it. He turned on his X-ray vision. In this chest, there was not identified equipment, and it was necessary to check what was inside. There were many very sharp blades made of strong metal in the chest. They glowed, radiating golden light. The guy said that this equipment probably needs a special certificate. Yuanju exclaimed that since it was so apparently very cool, Li Jian said that very good equipment is usually required. He explained to the guy that he has such, therefore, he can help him. The guy was surprised that the blade was responsible for critical damage. The power of the attack of a simple beginner is usually small, so the critical damage of the rank does not seem so good than the equipment and the rank. Wenju told the master that he was apparently unlucky. The girl asked Mr. Li if Zhang Kai could change her equipment. The man explained that this is very troublesome, but he could try to do something. Zhang Kai asked to leave everything as it is and not to change anything. He said that everything suits him. He came closer to his equipment, and examining him was sure that there was no need to change anything. To himself, the boy thought that this equipment is very good and you can't imagine better. Now his damage will not be 2, but 200 times more powerful. 200th critical damage. After such critical damage, even the King of Twilight Wolves will fall in one blow. It is a pity that his usual critical blow is not very high, so that it will not be easy. 10 critical damages per minute and critical damage in 10 days. But each use of 9 pursuit blades will increase the speed by at least 10%. But after several strokes, the speed and power of a critical blow will be increased by 90%. The boy raised the blade as high as possible and realized that this is an ideal item for a gambler. Li Jian said, "This is very good if he likes." And now they can return to Earth. Only he wants to warn Zhang Kai, which some can look. The man explained that he was better to be careful, so he spends him home. And here is the Earth before us, namely the Kingdom of the Gods, one of the poor areas of the city of Jianchun. Zhang Kai did not expect the test to be so smooth. Interestingly, what the brother and the rest say. The boy traveled on the way on his electric bicycle and heard something near himself. He thought about where such expensive cars came from. Is someone going to develop the area? He began to look at cars and was very surprised by this. The boy held the phone in his hands. Jiang Kai began to climb his floor and approach the door. He opened the door and went inside. The boy exclaimed that he had returned and asked them to guess who went through the testing of beginners. But before he had time to go into the apartment, a man sitting in his chair appeared in his eyes. There were many more people next to him. He asked who returned it and said that he was saying that he was testing beginners. This man was called Huan Yes. Jiang Kai was very surprised when he saw him. He asked his brother Huan Wei what he needed. But before he finished, how someone's sinister hand turned out to be behind him and hit him on the back of the head. There was a very strong impetus, and the guy knocked down the guy to his knees. They began to push him so that the guy knelt down in front of this man. The guy held the bat heavy on his shoulder and turned to the boy. He asked whether Jiang Kai knew that his brother had to undergo treatment with a psychiatrist after he killed him in the Devil's Star. The man explained that no one had ever dared to do this with their Huan family. He exclaimed that the boy had disgraced his brother, Huan Wei, and he will do the same with him. Huan, let him raise his heavy bat over his boy's head and began to lower her right on his head. Jiang Kai got in earnest and his eyes lit up with bright green color. He at the lightning speed pulled out his hands from the hands of the two huge bodyguards of this man. The guys immediately fell back on the hard floor and the man also flew aside. He began to scream and asked who appeared here, saving this guy. A girl appeared on the threshold and she told Jiang Kai that he was told to be more attentive when returning home. Nearby stood the commander-in-chief who asked why he missed the warning by his ears. Su Lanlan showed a sheet of paper and exclaimed, turning to the guys so that they would not move. She explained that the military is already here. The man was very surprised that the commander-in-chief of the city of Wei Inri appeared in front of him. He asked why this man is here. Wei In replied that he had come for Jiang Kai. It was not worth them to touch him. He explained that he was the commander-in-chief of the corporation and he asked not to harm this guy. Jiang Kai threw a surprised look at the man from the sneaky. He could not understand what was happening and why the commander-in-chief came to save him. The guy stood next to the boy, and he was waiting for an explanation why they came here. Wei In asked the guy not to be nervous and said that they had come for a reason. In the testing of newcomers, he and Yuanju and Nuanwan showed good results. Did he know that after his departure, they were invited to military service? They came to invite him. They want to invite him as a representative of the new profession. Jiang Kai threw a questioning look at him. Su Lanlan asked Jiang Kai whether he knew what the emergence of a new profession means. Currently, there are many professions for travelers, but they can be changed as soon as a person reaches the 20th level. Every time the profession changes, attributes and skills are also modified. Some travelers become stronger, while others are weaker. In the present, current professions are not so necessary, so the military prefer to change them by mastering new ones. His profession is considered new. The girl tried to explain this to the guy. He listened carefully to thinking about it. The girl came closer and asked the guy if he wanted to join them. She asked not to worry, they are not going to rush events. Before arrival, they studied information about him and his family, and she apologized for it. She explained that according to their reports, his brother is seriously ill. If he agrees to join them, then they will surely protect his family and cover all the medical expenses of his brother. Jiang Kai thought about this because he really does not have enough money to help his family. The commander-in-chief asked the guy what he was thinking about it. After all, he went to the Devil's Star in order to cover expenses. If he agrees, he asks tomorrow the day after tomorrow comes to them. Su Lanlan told the guy that he could find her. He looked in the back and thought, but Jiang Kai called the commander-in-chief and Su Lanlan and apologized to them. The girl was very angry and asked why. Wei Zhan also turned in anticipation of an answer. Jiang Kai explained that he knows that everyone wants to join them. especially the owners of the profession of a warrior and healer who can help them. But he is different, and his profession is also different. He asked, they remember whether they were, when the profession of a drunkard appeared. All the military were passionate about it. I try to attract such people to me. The military helped drunkards in everything, because of which alcohol began to be sold in the public domain and spread. And when the military found that drunkenness does not bring the expected effect, the drunkards were simply dropped. The boy asked if he had a lie. Now he speaks and looked at the guys. If he changed his profession to become a drunkard, this is even worse than a beggar. As for him, this time the Huan family took him by surprise, and he did not think that they would strike so soon. They will leave the lands of the Huan family as soon as possible, and he thanked for the assistance provided. The boy explained that, moreover, the three of them lived together for more than 10 years. So, they have long been used to taking fate into their own hands and not shift responsibility to others. Su Lanlan exclaimed that now humanity is experiencing the end of the world. His profession can help the world a lot. Humanity needs it as never before, and where he generally has such bad thoughts to their account. The boy looked at the girl again and said that he just wanted to protect his family and everything. Su Lanlan wanted to object, but the commander-in-chief stopped him and asked not to intervene, as he realized what the guy wanted to say. The habits have been developed in 10 years. It is difficult to change in a few days. But he himself understands that his brother does not have much time. In the future, he will not be able to fight alone. So why not make a bet? Over the next month, the military will continue to defend his native from the attacks of the Huan family. If he can accumulate for the operation for his brother this month, then let him believe that they accept his independence and will not intervene anymore. And if he does not have time to accumulate, the military will cover all medical expenses, but he will have to join them. The man asked if he would go to him this option. Jung Kai thought a little. After a short pause, he looked at the commander-in-chief. He said that he agreed. To himself, he thought that it was necessary to return to the Devil Star as soon as possible to accumulate for treatment. He left a note that he had passed the test, but was forced to return to the Devil Star again. The boy thought that while the family was in danger from the Huan clan, he could not leave them in such a place, and we need to move to a more prosperous area. We will have to try very hard to earn the entire necessary amount that he needs. And before us, the Star of the Devil, namely, the City of the Gods. Jung Kai thought that now he could officially start his journey. Since he has changed, then you can already go to work now. But first, you need to join the guild. The boy walked along the street and his attention stopped on the sign above his head. Since the monsters on the Devil Star are very strong, it makes no sense to fight alone, so all beginners should join the guild. Guild is a major organization of travelers. It is here that you can create a team so that you can fight monsters and increase the level. He decided to see where to join. Jung Kai opened the door and greeted, saying that he wanted to join the guild. In front of him appeared an administrator who changed and asked if he was Jung Kai. He is currently forbidden to join the guild. The boy asked why. Then the girl explained that the Huan family put him on the black list. Therefore, he can only fight alone. It was a blow to his heart. On the outskirts of the safe zone, a selection took place. Many participants were on the site and were waiting for their fate. Jung Kai was upset and thought that now no guild would accept him. Really, his adventure will end without having time. A girl appeared behind him again and asked if he had decided where he would go. She explained that she is a fortune teller and can help determine the zone. The cost of 1 fortune. Telling costs 100 coins. The girl had a fortune teller profession and her level was 29th. The boy looked at her carefully and thought. Then he turned around and apologized to explain that he did not believe in it. But the girl asked him to wait and not to leave. For him, fortune telling will cost 30 coins, or it will be generally free. He can consider this reward. Jung Kai exclaimed that he was suitable for him. Now he is not so adamant. The girl noticed that he pecked at the free and called him a parasite, and now she decided to try. The fortune teller explained that now he is in a crisis. She invited him to go to the ruler of the ruler. It was a green, beautiful valley with a golden drawing circle on the ground. Jiang Kai decided that it was very dangerous, but in the safe zone no one can harm his physical body, so in it he is safe. He got into the plane of ash. Currently, newcomers usually earn experience on the ash plane. Players from the 1st to the 10th levels gather here, but there is a little probability that the Huan family will send someone here to kill him. The next was a mountain pass. Travelers from the 15th level usually go to the pass. If it goes there now, it will die. As for the Valley of the Ruler, it was created for the 10th level travelers. With his current force, he is unlikely to survive against monsters living in those places. He thinks that the Huan family will not even think that he will go there. The Ruler's Valley will become his starting point. Since he is not allowed to join the guild, then he will work independently. Jiang Kai thanked the girl and began to run away, but she noticed that he went the wrong way. She talked about the team. He even knows what kind of place it is and it can destroy it. But the girl thought that she was still, and this is not her business. It is necessary to work until the review is negative. And now the ruler's valley spreads before us. High cliffs rose as if to the sky, and a beautiful waterfall flowed down the stones. The boy began to move to these mountain slopes through forest thickets deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he heard some formidable roar behind him and turned sharply. Before him was a huge fanged mouth of a terrible, incredibly large gorilla. There was a battle between warriors and huge, powerful monkeys, which were several times more people. The guys asked their comrades to hold on and fight off the evil monsters. This monster was a giant of the 11th level. If they try, they will be able to defeat him. The commander gave the command to make more efforts. A huge monster was already approaching them. Jiang Kai realized that in front of him was the team of travelers, and this was quite lively, and the monsters in the valley looked strong. He does not know if he can cope with them himself. Suddenly, many huge, evil monsters of monkeys appeared behind him. The boy fell on one knee and, defending himself from them, asked why they came. He only thought about them, but there are no such coincidences, and this is very strange. The monsters began to approach him faster and faster. It were monkeys giants of the 12th and 13th levels. The team of heavenly swordsmen kills the monkey of the giant of the 11th level. They rejoiced in victory and called themselves very cool. One of the warriors approached the captain and said that being at the 10th level, they were able to defeat the monkey of the giant of the 11th level without loss. They can even beat records. The guy, smiling slightly, replied that this was because they had a very cool captain. The guys turned to the formidable cries and a roar of a new party of monsters. They were alert again. The monkeys chased for Jiang Kai. They ran very quickly, opening their evil mouths. The boy thought that he mistakenly wandered into their territory and tried to hide, but they ran very quickly after him. One of the warriors told the captain that he was one at once against 3, and each of them is above their level. You need to help him. The captain called him an idiot and said that he himself should have attracted them. He does not risk it differently and die. You need to run away soon. Behind the guys came the strongest explosion and clubs of gray smoke rose up. The monkey giant of the 12th level was killed. She began to fall through the thick trees to the ground with a roar. Jiang Kai was very pleased. He thought that the speed of a critical blow was increased. Also, the possibility of a super crit appeared. The captain was very surprised because they all fought together in order to kill a monkey of the 11th level. And in a matter of seconds he killed a monkey of the 12th, and how it could be. Jiang Kai, after the destruction of the evil monster, decided to move on. He began to attack the next monkey, who was even stronger than the former. The boy killed a 13th giant monkey. He only managed to deal with them. Jiang Kai decided that it was very good and this time the speed of a critical blow increased by another 10%. Better and cannot be. The captain of the detachment was very surprised and asked, "Really? He killed another monster?" The boy continued to deal with his opponents and decided to kill another one. The captain exclaimed that this is a monkey giant of the 14th level, and she is the strongest here. He does not believe that he can kill her. The guy approaching the monster felt that his physical strength was almost running out, and soon it would not be possible to run. His hand with sharp blades shone with a bright smoke of red. The boy decided that he would have to accelerate and deal with him before they catch him. It is necessary to kill him first. He rushed towards danger and the monkey had already made a jump in his direction. Around the flashed everything with bright red light, and the monkey began to scream very loudly and desperately. Jiang Kai exclaimed that it was just fine. A critical blow was just by the way. The boy killed a monkey of a giant of the 14th level. The guys who watched what was happening came closer. They noticed that he killed all three. Even their team of 12 people would not have managed, and he brought all one who he is at all. Jiang Kai, when he killed the strongest monkey, sighed heavily, because he did not think that he would have to sweat so. Well, now when he got 3 monsters cards, everything does not seem so complicated. A fair-haired guy looked at a high rock and noticed a man there. He began to shout that the trouble came and the great man was leaving. What should they do now? The captain asked why no one detained him and said that this was a great pity. The guys could not understand what was generally with the captain. Before us is a huge plain of ash. The plain was scarlet and yellow flickering lights fell down. One of the warriors asked if his vision would fail. There are 3 soldiers and 1 soldier with a healer. The famous team of Sokolov from the guild Huan. Why did they come to the newcomers area? So for them, this is too simple a location. The healer of the 20th said that they searched the entire plain, but never found Jiang Kai. A 20th warrior approached the girl and taking her by the throat said that they say she saw Jiang Kai. He asked to say where he went. The girl with tears in her eyes asked why they needed him. Then, one of the warrior girls asked was not familiar with him. The guy said that Jiang Kai provoked the Huan family, so he should be punished. The girl asked if this was true and said that Jiang Kai was in the ruler of the ruler and they will be able to find him there. The guy pushed the girl and said that if she lied, they would find and finish her. The guys looked from the side, talked about the fact that this is the strongest team of hunters of the 20th level. He thinks that Jiang Kai will not be able to survive against them. The girl began to cough and ask if they were really strong. Gades will never tell the truth to Grudge. She explained that she made a hexagram which showed that if they go to Jiang Kai, they would die. The drawn circle on the ground lit up with a bright purple light, and a terrible muzzle appeared above it in bright rays. After another day in the ruler of the ruler, Jiang Kai exclaimed that it was just excellent, and he killed 16 giant monkeys and broke to the 6th level. The boy stood on the murdered monkey and thought that they say the corpse of a giant monkey can be sold for a very decent amount. If he can make money, he will pay all the expenses of his brother. A voice came behind him. He was asked if he wanted to join them. Jiang Kai turned his head towards people. He saw a whole crowd of warriors who were scattered around the clearing. They have 3 teams of people who hunt monkeys giants in groups. If he joins, he will get access to elite treasury chests. The commander of this detachment asked how he thinks about this and whether he agreed to join them. Jiang Kai told the guys in response that he did not have his own team. He asked, he will be alone. Then the commander looked into his eyes and said that everything was in order, just needed to help them. The high mountain on which the guys stood struck by their size, and as if rising to the sky itself. The boy was asked whether he was seeing 4 elite monkey giants live there, and a chest with treasures is stored in front of them. But their 4 are also high, they will definitely not cope without its help. There were 3 teams in front of the kid. The commander explained that he only needs to take one of them, and they will deal with the other 3. For help, he will get access to the chest. Jiang Kai thought about an elite chest with treasures. They say in an elite chest there are many good things that can be sold for a decent amount. It is necessary to get them, but they are not at all worried about his safety, since they asked to speak alone. Most likely they hope that he will not return alive from there, and therefore ask him for help. But it's time to show them true skill. The boy smiled. The commander said that it was very good and gave the command to act. He ordered the first team to go forward on the offensive. They ran towards angry, huge monkeys. The monster screamed to the crowd of opponents. The commander expanded his eyes looking at the guy. He asked what he was doing. Jinkai had already rushed towards a healthy monster, and his eyes changed lit up with bright white light. He already flew to one of the largest monkeys. She and a loud roar approached the guy. Jinkai began to suddenly run away from the monster as soon as possible. The commander, seeing this, laughed and said that it was very good, and this guy is well done. Very soon they will get a chest, and it is time for them to enter the game rather. The guys moved towards the opponents. Only the roar of monkeys and many explosions around was heard. Stones scattered from these explosions. Jinkai was running away from powerful monkeys to himself that he barely calculated. He thinks that elite giant monkeys are much stronger than usual and should be more attentive. He began to dodge the giant monkey and sharply changed his trajectory. Many lightning flew towards the guy. He thought that he was also far from simple. A huge monkey approached him, opening her powerful, terrible mouth. Her eyes glowed with red, bloody color. The monster was already approaching the guy and held out his gigant clawed hand to him. Jinkai began to attack the monkey and a strong explosion occurred. Bright yellow-red rays scattered around. The elite monkey giant of the 15th level was killed. The boy decided that it was just beauty, and he did not think that he would fight her in just one critical blow. He smiled pretty and thought that, for the sake of a chest, you could try. Meanwhile, the commander gave the team to work more durable to his guys. He exclaimed that you need to try more because they still need to share the reward. The strongest blow hit one of the guys and he flew far aside with a cry for help. Jinkai went to a huge rock and going into the cave saw how golden lights flickered in the stones. The guy realized that he had reached him and the chest is right there. It seems that a large sum is waiting for him. It's just great, because he was clearly worth risks with the murder of a 15th level monkey. He heard a terrible roar of a monster, and saliva began to drip right on his shoulder from above. Right above the guy's head there was another monkey monster, and Sarkidna smiled at him. The huge gorilla began to approach faster and faster to Jinkai, jumping from above right on the stone. The boy could not understand where the elite giant of the 20th level came from. They did not report her about her. The system issued an assessment of an elite giant monkey, and this assessment was very dangerous. The boy decided that the monster was specifically hiding here. The monkey seemed to guard its enemy. He began to approach her with attacking and reflecting the attack of a healthy giant. The guy realized that he would apparently have to fight her. He began to attack the enemy and release bright red lightning towards the monster. The guy's eyes changed because it was very difficult for him to fight this formidable beast. Jinkai noticed that a blow to his eyes did not make any effect. The system issued that the strongest elite giant monkey has 23 protection points and it cannot make damage so easily. He can remove only 9 points of protection, but he has as many as 23. It turns out you must first remove the protection and then take up the main life. Everything is just the same as the Lord of the Wolves. The monkey began to fly as high as possible and her eyes lit up with red fiery zippers. She inflicted a strong blow to her enemy, and the guy flew far away by hitting his back and a rock. He was very painful and he realized that he had not enough attributes. The guy's head was very spinning. Death on the Devil's Star will not be in vain. To go here, you will have to wait all a month again. The boy decided that if it was not worth him to go here, the monster was already holding the boy in his paw. Jiang Kai sadly thought that he was going to go into the army to help his brother and sister. How hard he was now, and he closed his eyes to remember his whole life. Jiang Kai heard someone's steps. He was already slowly losing consciousness and lay with his eyes closed. The boy was taken in his arms and asked to wake up soon. The man carried him in his arms. He asked the boy not to fall asleep, and all the time when he carried him out of there, asked to try not to sleep. This is the whole picture flashed before his eyes, and the man told his brother to wake up without fail. He said that his brother would pull him out of the battlefield. There were many monsters around. 10 years ago, a field of battle of gods and animals. The guy unconscious, as if in a dream. How he could fall asleep at all. The evil monster had already opened his huge fanged mouth. Jiang Kai thought that the older brother pulled them out of the battle with his sister. But what can he do differently? Can he now just die? He cannot die so simply from the clutches of a huge evil monster, and something needs to be done. But the monkey already swallowed its enemy and contentedly smiled with joy. She began to slowly leave the cave and moved faster and faster. His eyes lit up with bright white light and began to go out of the monster's mouth. A strong explosion occurred, and the monkey scattered into small pieces, falling to the ground. She fell with a huge roar, and stones began to fly around the district. The elite monkey giant of the 20th level was killed. Jiang Kai was delighted with what he succeeded, and he survived. Despite the fact that the external protection of the monkey at the height, insides, and oral cavity are very weak, if you attack from the inside, it will not be able to protect it, just like with the Lord of Twilight Wolves. The boy thought to remove the chest with the treasures on his knees. Lines of blood flowed out of his mouth, but he thought about who this chest is now. Half an hour passed. The monkey began to fall to the ground and killed many of the same from the guys. One of them raised his hands up and, standing on the monkey, thanked the guy who took one. The second said that he should be dead, but the commander appeared and said that if he dies, they will receive more awards and, in general, not so bad. The guys began to approach the cave and say that their chest was already waiting. They did not laugh and promoted that they would get rich soon. The guys began to go into the cave and approach the stone where the chest was hidden. The commander began to scream, not understanding what was the matter. And where is the chest? There was no elite chest here. One of the guys told boss that it seems that during the battle that guy went into the cave. The commander asked why he had not told him before. The guy replied that he thought it seemed to him, and divorced him, could survive in the battle with the monkey. It turns out that they fought in vain in several days of non-blessed work. The captain replied that even if there is no chest here, they should still receive at least some reward. They owe him in a few months. Is it really some little boy around a finger? The commander began to scream with anger. Meanwhile, in the valley of the ruler on the other side, Jiang Kai thought that without them he would not get a chest. The boy decided to see what was new there in this chest and began to open it. Jiang Kai opened his eyes wide and was very surprised at what he had just seen. In front of him was a huge chest in which there were many precious stones and other things. He exclaimed, looking at the contents, that it was very cool, and so many ores here are also equipment. The value of the equipment of the Devil Star is quite high, and now he is rich. The boy heard a noise near himself and recklessly cast his gaze to the side. He saw another equipment and began to peer there. Jiang Kai came closer. He began to select equipment and slowly put on each part on himself. When the boy put on a glove, he thought that it was gloves and how they could help. When he was completely dressed, it became much easier for him. Perhaps equipment increases dexterity and strength. The boy decided to dress in equipment to try to attack some enemy. A lot of arrows in the form of spikes flew out of equipment and scattered in different directions. They were shrouded in bright golden haze and were very sharp and large. Jiang Kai noticed that flames appeared on the spikes and go out the flame to any type of weapon. There are many types of flame on the Devil Star who cause different damage. Damage from simple flame is extremely small. For attacks, it is hardly possible to use more for cooking. But this simple flame did he really want to fry? The boy squeezed his hands, and upset that he decided that they would be needed only for cooking a barbecue. Then he heard a loud and terrible roar in the forest again. These sounds were very loud and unpleasant. The boy was wary and lurked slightly. An elite monkey giant of the 18th level appeared in front of him. There were 3 more monkeys behind her. In front of him were 4 elite monsters at once. Is it all because of the attack of gloves? Literally, he barely coped with 1 monkey, and then there are 4 at once. The boy thought that he could only focus on the attack alone. The monkeys began to approach and growl terribly. The boy noticed that it was impossible to break through the protection and the damage caused by the injury 0. The construction of sweat began to drain your face, and he decided, looking at his opponents, that it was very bad. It turns out that they know that they need to protect their mouths, and these monkeys are very smart. The monsters began to approach faster and faster, revealing their terrible mouths. Jiang Kai thought that even if they run with open mouths so easy to kill them, he could not. Will he still die today? The monsters continued to run after him faster and faster. There were 4 healthy monkeys, and they were already too close to him. Suddenly, the boy suspended himself, cast his gaze behind him. He noticed that the flame still works. The monkeys began to burn in a bright yellow-red conflagration and growl menacingly. They burned in this flame and were very surprised that this guy was able to inflict such a deadly blow to them. The monkeys writhed in pain and shouted a wild cry of flame, more brighter and brighter. The boy was very pleased that the flame was acting on the monsters. The rest of the monkeys were afraid to approach the fire when they saw that one of them was on in a hot, cruel flame. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, and looking at the fire was very surprised that the fire was very strong. The fire was so strong that the monkey could not get out of this flame, and her eyes began to get out of the orbits. The conflagration flared up more and more, burning the opponents. The boy continued to watch what was happening, but could not see anything in the fire. He looked back in the fire and noticed that the formidable monkeys for some reason suddenly died. When the flame stopped, on the ground lay the dead bodies of healthy monkeys. The elite giant monkey was dead of the 18th level. By the way, the damage from the flame was 10, and he could not understand how damage increased to 2,000. It turns out that he became 200 times more. And it is simply incredible what has happened now. Jiang Kai looked at his gloves and squeezed his fists that the flame from the gloves came out not so simple. Not only does the damage increase the power of a critical blow 200 times, in addition, team damage is also caused. It turns out the flame does not touch the protection of the monster, killing him from the inside. He will be able to receive up to 2,000 points per second. This is just excellent equipment, and damage is pretty good. The boy exclaimed that now there was no reason for concern and will always be able to break through the defense. Thus that night, all the monkeys of the giants of the valley, the rulers, became victims of this genocide. They burned in a terrible conflagration, and many explosions occurred at that moment. They never saw a simple person to kill them with a conventional flame. They saw nothing but blood. Fires burned behind the backs of formidable monkeys, brighter and brighter. There was a feeling that a demon was operating in the valley. Jiang Kai laughed and said that in a radius of 10 miles everything was cleaned. The next day, thick clouds of smoke came from the ruler. The boy exclaimed, looking in front of him, that everything was very cool and he was satisfied. In just evening, he killed a dozen monkeys of giants. I was also able to increase its level. Currently, the damage from gloves has become much higher, and he thinks that at the 20th levels will be invincible. Now he has 10 elite chests with treasures and cards of corpses of monkey giants, and he will be able to sell all this for a lot of money. The boy looked at the table and was very pleased with his achievement. Even Lonely is somehow here. He misses those days when he fought side by side with Yuanju and Nuanwan. He thought about remembering them and he wondered how they were with the military there. He thinks that his affairs are much better than him. Meanwhile, on the other side in the Valley of the Ruler, the guy squeezed his fists and asked what kind of place it was and why there is no one, where all the monkeys went, and why did he only come here because for several days not a single monkey is visible. Yuanju could not understand who killed them. Su Ai also said that she lacks the efficiency of Zhang Kai. Before the girl had time to finish, the man approached them and asked to stop chatting. He explained that earlier, it was easier for them to fight monsters because they were in the zone of newcomers, and now everything has changed. And if Zhang Kai brought them here, still nothing would have changed. He specifically brought them to the ruler's valley so that they would become more independent and asked to leave nagging. It is necessary to continue the search for monkeys giants. The guys agreed with the commander, but they themselves thought that they were missing Zhang Kai. And now 3 days have passed. The detachment of people said that they could not even think as if spent in the ruler of the ruler for so much time. They would stumble only on ordinary monkey giants. Moreover, no problems arose with them, and they are too weak. The second man laughed and said that he was thinking of the murder of Jiang Kai will go much easier. The guy said his point of view that the murder of a person and a beast are completely different things. Then the man turned in his direction and looked at him inquiringly. The guy began to explain that a few days ago they saw how one deity alone killed 3 monkeys. The guys exclaimed that it was very cool. The commander asked if one really killed 3. It should be for low-level players as cool. While one of them ate something, the other looked at the table. Having clenched his fist, he was very surprised and exclaimed, turning to the guys, whether they would say that they saw this man. The guy replied that it just happened that this was the same deity who alone killed several monkeys at once. They must be mistaken. One of the warriors said that they looked more closely because this is just a novice of the 5th level. But the guy told the rest that if they do not believe, they can see for themselves. They saw him leaving the ruler's valley. He even happened to say hello to him. Then the warrior grinned and moving his eyebrows to his nose asked if they wanted to say that Zhang Kai is somewhere nearby. He was very evil and wanted to meet this guy as soon as possible. The guys held the weapon in their hands and said that it was time to fulfill their mission. Finally, they will kill him. One of the guys realized that it seems they were going to find a deity. The second said that the deity looks very strong and he will not be surprised if the hunt was announced. This is the same time a crowded exit from the ruler's valley. The guys could not understand what happened to these monkeys. The man asked where the remaining ones went. The guy replied that they did not even manage to do anything and they were all killed. At this time, the cause of all troubles passed by them. Zhang Kai thought that in these 3 days he killed several more giant monkeys and even managed to increase the level to the 10th. In addition, he received 19 elite treasures. He thinks time to return to the city and sell everything. While he was thinking about this, in the distance was the voice of a guy who called him by name and asked to stop. The guy exclaimed, turning to Zhang Kai, that he was sitting with his head hidden for too long. It took a lot of time to find it. He was very formidable and turned to him with hatred. Another group asked was not the 5th team of the Huan family hunters. The second participant asked why they are not interested in this guy. Zhang Kai saw a family of Huan from the guild in front of him. He exclaimed that the family was sent by the Huan family. Then the guy squeezed his fist and asked, he asks such obvious things. The guy exclaimed that he had provoked the Huan family and should pay for it with life. Opponents began to approach their enemy faster and faster to apply an attack. Zhang Kai said that he just overtook Huan Wei and asked if they were sure that it was worth it. The guy laughed and exclaimed that he did not care which of them is right. Does he know how much they will pay them for it? Jiang Kai clamped his fist and said that since they regard everything in money, let them expect a strongest blow from him. The guy clenched his fists, approached his opponent, and asked them not to blame him. A detachment of the guys grabbed their guns in anticipation of a guy who was very boldly approaching them. One of them exclaimed that he was very funny and whether he was thinking that some miserable flame would stop them. The girl also laughed and asked whether the young master died exactly at the hands of this garbage. Jiang Kai laughed and called all this a banal. He said that his flame has too low. From the side of the other, the guy said that he would be stronger and looks as if he had given them to light. The guy looking at them asked if it was funny to them. Now they will see how his current damage to them, whether they are embarrassed if the damage from the flame becomes a little stronger. One of the guys was simply shocked and his eyes became several times more. The rest were also surprised when they saw that the flame had become much more powerful and the guy screamed in this fire. The guys began to call their captain and earnestly frightened, and streams of sweat flowed down their faces. The captain could not understand what was the matter and why the damage became so strong. The flame enveloped him, burning more and more. The guys from the team were very scared since the fire began to approach them. The fire was very hot and burned very quickly with incredible force. One of the warriors began to scream and could not understand what happened to her. The second began to shout that something was also wrong with him. The flame was very hot and incredibly huge. It rose higher and higher as if to heaven and everything around. Traveler Jiang Kai kills a team of 5 people and steals the experience of team members. The guys from the outside watched and could not understand what was happening. They were very scared. The boy came out of the flame and said that since they were in such a hurry to find him, having clenched his fists, he finished the phrase that he would take their attention with pleasure. The guys were scared and began to grab their hands on their heads. How he was able to take out a whole team alone. This is a 20th elite. If he had not seen him with his own eyes how he kills people with an ordinary flame, he would not have believed in this in life. Warriors could not understand who he was, why they cannot see all its characteristics. A table appeared in front of them and the system issued inaccessible information about the user. Suddenly, the guy's gaze changed and he exclaimed, completely then covered that he understood everything. Is it really a god of flame? Relied on his equipment in order to kill everyone around. The guys began to call him the god of flame. Jiang Kai said that it was great since he had risen at 2 more levels. The boy could not understand why they did not see his characteristics and asked this from the system. The system explained that everything thanks to his profession of gambler. At its level, there should be completely different characteristics, and since they are very different, this can be shocked by others. That is why its indicators are not visible to anyone. Jiang Kai asked if this was true, and it is very good that they see nothing, but they will envy less. The star of the devil is the city of Shannel. Before us is the exchange store. The boy greeted and said that he would like to sell his equipment. Behind the counter, the girl slept and answered, saying that she understood him. Jiang Kai decided that no one was going into this store and the place is not the best. The boy began to say that there were not so many things and he asked to count them. The girl raised herself and answered tiredly that she would see now what he could offer. When she began to peer, she was very surprised by this. The boy explained that there are several corpses of giant monkeys. A whole table with the achievements of the kid appeared in front of her, and he wanted to show something else. Jiang Kai explained, showing the girl his awards, that there are 19 elite treasures. He apologized and asked if she saw him. He would like to know how much he can get. The girl was simply shocked and thought that she was in front of her a professional hunter. She could not understand where he got so many things. The girl laughed and asked him not to worry. It just so happened that the main seller is in front of him, and today she will calculate everything. The girl thought that this client should go in any way. The girl was engaged in counting, peering into the monitor and constantly sighing. She told a respected client that corpses can be sold for 10,000 and chests for 170,000. In total, he can get 180,000. These are 180,000 coins of the Devil Star. Jankai thought that one coin of the Devil Star can be exchanged for 10 coins of the city of Shannel. In total, he will receive 180,000 coins. All medical expenses can cover. We can assume that he has already completed a bet. Not only you will not have to join the army, but the costs of hospitalization will also be able to pay. The boy was already walking along the road as the girl called him and asked to wait. She reminded that she wondered for him last time. Then she advised him to go to the ruler of the ruler. She thinks that there he brought trouble. Jankai replied that indeed a trip to the valley helped him a lot. He thanked the girl for the advice. She asked if he could then help her with the fulfillment of the request. The boy said to say that she wants. The girl explained that her name is Hu Yan and she asked to take her to her team. She wanted to fight him side by side, but the boy turned sharply and said goodbye to the girl. She asked where he was and whether she was going. Even the military assess her profession as useless itself. Another should not wait. She said that she knew that he was interested in equipment and asked if she wanted to take her. She promised to give him free. All the same, this is the last time she enters the Devil Star. The boy was surprised and asked Li, does the truth really want to turn off forever unless she wants to try to earn money? Hu Yan replied that she still couldn't make money from her. In the end, no one needs such a profession. When the military decided that the master of feng shui was an important profession of her to reach the 20th level and then retrain to the fortune teller. But the initial abilities of the master feng shui were a more acute perception of the place and time, and after acquiring the profession of fortune teller, she can only predict fate. And when the military realized that fortune tellers did not have combat skills, they decided to abandon them. Since they are weak, no one wanted to take them into the team on this to advance. No one takes her to fight monsters, although she comes here every day. And if she returns to the ground, he will be able to work at a construction site, and at least some money will receive. Jankai told the girl that he understands how hard she was. He is also not the rich. You have to worry about your brother's health and pay for medical expenses all the time. The girl smiled back and answered the guy that she perfectly understands him. On Earth, she also has a brother and sister, so she cannot give up. To herself, the girl thought that everything was fine and she would continue to fight in her life. Jankai thought about his face began to drain droplets of sweat. He thought that she looked like his brother. He also sought to develop on the star of the devil, spreading out on the full for the sake of the general future. But after he and his sister, he decided to abandon his dreams on his shoulders. Hu Yan headed for the exit and asked if he still needed her equipment. She said she would get him now. Indeed, in any case, someday I will have to return to a normal life, and said goodbye to the boy. But suddenly he stopped her and said that his name was Jankai. Now it will turn off, but then it will come in again. He asks if they still meet on the internet to create a team together. Hu Yan was delighted and surprised at such a proposal. She squeezed her hands in front of her and asked if he was talking now. The boy replied that he really was telling the truth, and if he is lying, he could not earn any bunk anymore. The girl wiped her tears looking after him. She realized that he was very worried about money, therefore he did not swear by them. Suddenly, she ran to the boy and hugging him, thanked. She said he was a wonderful person. He asked what she was saying. The girl replied that it was just pleasant words. Before us is the earth, the house of Jankai. The boy appeared on the threshold of the house and went to visit his relatives. He told his brother and sister that they would no longer need to work because he has money. Brother asked if he was saying the truth. The sister asked where he got the money from and whether it is legal at all. Jankai asked for what she was talking about because he earned on the Devil Star. Now he will be able to pay for his brother's operation, and she will continue his studies. The brother asked if he had not been easy for him. Jankai, holding his head, answered his brother that everything was fine and he tried much more. The brother asked him not to worry because he suffered enough and asked for permission to help him now. The guys raised cups with tea up and clinking, exclaimed that they would drink for a real family and health. The boy, when he drank from his cup, heard the sound of his phone and he was interested in who was calling. He glanced at his mobile and realized that he was calling the commander-in-chief. He told the guy that he had won a bet and asked if he was free now. He said that he would send someone after him and wants him to see this. Jiang Kai was surprised by the call of the commander-in-chief of Wei, outside of the safe zone of Xinyao on the battlefield. The man explained that this is here. Jiang Kai exclaimed that for many years it has passed, and really, what has turned into the city of his childhood. He was very surprised by such great changes and cast his eyes to the side of hearing something. The boy asked the commander-in-chief why he called him here. Suddenly, while somewhere nearby, the beast growled a very loud, eerie roar and the boy was wary. In front of him, there were a lot of fire and the cores flew in different directions, representing a not very beautiful picture. A huge beast with sharp, long fangs appeared in front of the guy, and there were many horns on his head. Meanwhile, the guys from other teams were armed and approached this beast. Jiang Kai exclaimed that there was a man fighting with the beast in front of him. Currently, each traveler of the Devil Star has reached the 20th level, occupies a certain level in the table, and so travelers from the 1st to the 80th levels, although they have divine force on the devil of the devil in life, it costs nothing. Awakened by completely different people, some being at the 81st or 120th levels become special and receive certain abilities, strength that can usually be used only on the devil of the devil. The terrible explosions occurred around, and the flame rose to the sky itself, higher and higher, illuminating and everything around. The guys continued to fight with monsters. They were completely in equipment and were not afraid of death. This force from the devil of the devil was available to him on Earth. The emergence of this force in real life not only makes huge changes to the military power of mankind, well, it helps to resist the monsters living on the ground. And this is the most effective help to humanity. The guys continued to fight fully armed and equipped with monsters. Jiang Kai squeezed his fists and looking at what was happening that he had killed the monster, and it was very cool. The commander-in-chief asked the guy really whether it was cool. He would have known that this is an ordinary beast, but at their disposal so far only 2 awakened. He continued to explain the guy looking somewhere into the distance. Jiang Kai was covered with drops of sweat thinking about it. The man explained that in recent days the situation is not the best. He asked him not to think that he would always be safe. It is very dangerous here, and people require help. He won a bet. Therefore, he is not going to put pressure on him, but once again he will ask him to join their army. As for the Huan family, he agreed on everything and he will not be touched. It is strange for him why the guy cares so much, but he thinks that intuition is to blame. Intuition tells him that he can be able to become a strongest person in Xinyao. He understands that the boy wants to protect his family, and after joining the army, he will have to go to the battlefield where it is very dangerous. But still, each person is responsible for the rise and falls of this world. Who should fight monsters? In the end, one day he will also die in battle, but he is a resident of Xinyao. Therefore, he is ready to die for his homeland, and this is his friend. The man was very serious in his conversation with the guy. He told Jiang Kai that he would not force him, and hopes only that he could protect his house one day. He hopes and believes that the guy will fight for Xinyao. The man tried to reach the guy's heart. Then Jiang Kai rested on the ground for several more days, and then went to the Devil Star. And before us, the Star of the Devil is the city of the gods. The boy thought that the commander-in-chief of Y was so optimistic. Can he really become the strongest in the future? He decided to think about it later. A giant monkey from the ruler's valley no longer pose a danger, and it's time to get acquainted with another monster. The system issued Banshee of an elite monster. He screams a powerful destructive blow to the traveler and has the body of the ghost, so getting on it is not so easy. The scream of Banshee can immobilize travelers within a radius of 10 meters and causes strong feelings of fear. Only attacks from a distance of less than 10 meters can harm the Banshee. He thought that she was applying the strongest damage, therefore, it is impossible to approach her closer than 10 meters. Well, to attack it, while further 10 meters, it will not work. The monster looks much more powerful than the giant monkey, and he thinks a teammate. At this time, the girl asked not to scream at her because she was waiting for the team captain. Zhang Kai appeared behind her. He asked the girl whether she was waiting for him from the moment of disconnecting. Hu Yan told the guy that she knew that he would return, and she was already waiting. Zhang Kai answered the girl what he understands. The girl said that he promised as if he would take her to fight with monsters. She found him a strong teammate. Fortune-telling showed her that a person would be very useful in the struggle and asked to show him or not. He was very surprised that this could help him with monsters. Zhang Kai asked if this was some kind. Here the guy greeted him and said that his name is Yuan Yu. The guy approaching him took his head and exclaimed that he was a drunkard. Zhang Kai immediately began to run away and said that he did not agree. But the girl laughed and asked her friend, "Really?" he now seriously said. Hu Yan asked the boy to accept him. He is very obedient and hardworking. Yuan Yu froze in anticipation and was very hoping that they would take him to the team. The girl exclaimed that he would do whatever he wants. He will be a great teammate and he is even ready to share rewards. When Zhang Kai heard about rewards and immediately stopped immediately, he raised his hand up and took the guy's hand. He greeted him and said that he would be his captain. At first glance, he saw talent in him. From now on, he becomes a member of the team. The boy raised his hand up and exclaimed that today, they would go to hunt Banshee. In the end, they are now one family and you need to get together. Yuan Yu asked seriously whether he was talking about one family. Hu Yan replied that they were serious, but they are not a family, but free workers. And now we are spread out a wide valley of the ruler of the kingdom of the elite monster of Bansha. It was a terrible monster of the 20th level. He howled and growled with a terrible cry. This monster had long black hair and eyes shone with a red bright light. The claws were long and black, and the fangs are white and very large. Banshee was a female sex and walked in a long disheveled dress. Zhang Kai asked the guys to be attentive because she is much stronger than a giant monkey. If they are discovered, then immediately kills and you need to behave quietly. He wanted to note that Banshee could get an attack only if it is not more than 10 meters from it. It is necessary to get closer to it. The girl sighed and turned to the captain, but he asked her to behave quieter. Hu Yan wondered. She began to sigh again and call the guy a captain. Zhang Kai asked the girl to calm down and be a little quieter. But Hu Yan answered the captain that she did not say anything. He heard sighs again, and as if they were called. The boy asked if she did not say this, who then said. They looked back. On the ground lay with bottles in the hands of Yuan Yu. He screamed like a thunder-piercing ears. The guy was very happy that the captain found him and continued to drink from bottles. He said that he would certainly drink for his captain, but in the forest, there was a terrible roar band lay. She opened her terrible fanged mouth and began to approach the guys. Zhang Kai asked Yuan Yu that he was doing now. Did Hu Yan say that he would come in handy in the fight against monsters? The girl replied that she only wanted to persuade. Suddenly, a heartbreaking scream rang out in the forest, and Banshee began to approach its victims. A drunken boy lay on the ground and fell asleep. Saline flowed from his mouth as he slept very sweetly. The system said that his condition had changed, and the current condition was wretched. Zhang Kai exclaimed that it was very scary, and this Banshee is very strong. The boy froze in place and could not even move. Hu Yan told the captain that he could not survive and apparently would have to wait for death. A drunken guy woke up and laughed, asked where such a beauty came from. Did she come for him? It must be fate. He asked for permission to hug her. Banshee had already fallen near him, approaching and opening her mouth. The drunk guy continued to talk about that she had lovely saliva. He put his hand on the cheek of the monster. Hu Yan exclaimed that the ability to move was returned and the wretched state of the captain was removed. Jiang Kai could not understand what was happening. Did Yuan Yu control Banshee? The boy thought that the heartbreaking scream of Banshee has time to reload, so they should deal with her before she again applies the equipment. The boy gave the team to act faster and jumped high in the jump to strike. Banshee lay on the ground with her arms outstretched. Yuan Yu was next to her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and asked for permission to give her a sweet kiss. He approached her as close as possible and said that from now on, she would be his wife. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred since the guy directed all his energy against the monster. In the thick of the forest, thick clubs of gray smoke were visible that rose directly to the sky. Yuan Yu opened his eyes and began to call his wife. The guy's face was very red and excited. Jiang Kai clenched his fists and exclaimed that everything was fine, and they did. Hu Yan said that the captain killed her in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, the guy after woke up, fell to his knees to the ground and began to scream. He called the boy a monster and said that he had burned his wife. The guy was very upset. He did not stop crying and say that it was the love of his whole life. He will not be able to love anyone else. Jiang Kai asked the girl how often Yuan Yu catches a squirrel. Hu Yan explained that he simply could not help but drink. In addition, he has a tendency to love in ugliness at the time of drunkenness. The girl told the captain that she still gets an elite chest for him and a map of the corpse of Banshee. By the way, he was not afraid of Banshee at all, so thought about the guy Jiang Kai. It turns out he could cope with her alone. Most of all, people in drunkards do not like the fact that they get out of control when they get drunk. Well, how can this be called a drawback? He can ignore his fear. The boy thought about it and decided that he really helped them. Hu Yan already approached him with a large chest in his hands. The boy smiled and realized that Yuan Yui was a real threat to all Banshee and laughed to himself. The girl noticed looking at the guy that he had a very terrible smile. Another hut of Banshee. A light turquoise smoke emanated from it and rose over the chimney. In this hut was Banshee, and she howled very menacingly and terribly sitting inside. She heard people not far from herself and felt the blood flowing through their veins. Jiang Kai turned to his comrade Yuan Yu and said that this was all for him. The girl also gave the team to her comrade to rush forward. The guy laughed and exclaimed that he was in front of him another beauty. There was a complete ignoring. Yuan Yu laughed and told the beauty that his drooling had flowed. He asked if his girlfriend would treat his juices. He decided that she also likes him. Jiang Kai was delighted to deceive, and now you can attack. Meanwhile, the guy called to him again and said that he fell in love again. He promised to spend a very hot night with her today. At this time, the blades of Jiang Kai were already flying in his direction. They pierced the Banshee through. Yuan Yu did not have time to get closer to her mouth. There was a strong explosion and Traveler Jiang Kai kills an elite Banshee. Yuan Yu called them monsters and said that they were burning his wife again. The guy was very angry at his comrades and began to beat his head on the ground. Jiang Kai exclaimed that it was just beauty. And it's time to visit the next Banshee while it is still under the influence of alcohol. In the next 3 hours, the guy asked not to kill his new wife, which is the 11th in a row. Yuan Yu sat on the balcony and with tears in his eyes said that these animals killed his 23rd wife. And the guys rejoiced at the chests with treasures and equipment. The guy did not stop crying for his already 35th wife. The chests with awards appeared in the guys. Jiang Kai laughed and exclaimed that it was very cool, and he did not think that 35 banks would be able to destroy so quickly. But all thanks to Yuan Yu. Hu Yan said that she could not even think about this. The boy said that after the murder of 35 Banshees, he rose at once at 2 levels and is now at the 14th. And the price of this is a broken heart of a comrade. Hu Yan was really right, and he was very useful to them. The girl replied that she thinks to somehow support Yuan Yu after a break with a girl. But the guy began to cry even more and said that it was useless. Hu Yan ran to their comrade and finally found him. The guy did not stop calling them animals. Zheng Kai thought that in the hut of Banshi, he managed to collect 2 charts of skills, so now he could get an additional skill. The first skill is a prayer for rain, thanks to which you can call rain. In a certain area, you can even create entire lakes and rivers. The boy told the girl that she is already at the 29th level and her strength of mind is much higher than his. Therefore, the skill should belong to her. Hu Yan was very surprised that she got the skill map. She thanked the captain and said that she finally had new skills. Finally, she will also be able to fight. The girl exclaimed, turning to the captain, that now she would now worship him. Hu Yan fell to her knees in front of the guy and really began to worship. Zheng Kai asked her not to do this, but the girl continued to rejoice and raised her hands up. She laughed joyfully. Hu Yan exclaimed that now she was not a discharge, another activation skill of hidden skill. The boy decided to try it. Despite the fact that it is a one-time skill, he can still be very useful. The system congratulated it on the activation of an additional skill, Theft of the Casino. When this skill is activated, he will be able to steal several of his characteristics from the enemy and add to his own. After half an hour, the action of the skill ends. The boy was very surprised and asked the system whether it was really the effect of the skill. When the system answered positively, the guy took his head and exclaimed that such a valuable additional skill could only steal the characteristics for half an hour. He has more than 200 points, but with such a skill, you can steal only 2 points, and what is the meaning of this? Ying Wei took his hand at his head and, opening his eyes, asked if he was sleeping and why his heart was Pam around. Hu Yan went to his comrade and asked, did he forget that he managed to become a widower 35 times during the night? The guy apparently began to remember, and with her head down, exclaimed that he remembered. He twisted all the events that took place with him and began to drain the stream of sweat on his face. He began to cry even more, and apparently shy. He told the captain that he had only prevented him from his profession and began to apologize. If he does not suit him, he can leave the team. But the boy gave him clothes and asked what he was talking about at all, because yesterday everything was thanks to him. He was a great hero, therefore he gives him equipment. Zheng Kai explained to the comrade that if not for him, they would have never dealt with Banshee. He is the core of their team. Yuan Yu began to cry again and told the captain that he did not need it. The most important thing is that he can be near them. But the boy asked him to take equipment because he promised that he would be good to treat his comrades. In addition, Hu Yan is also supposed to equipment. The girl immediately turned her gaze to the guy. She did not expect Zheng Kai to give her equipment for the battle and was very happy about this. The guys both looked joyfully at their captain and slammed their hands with happiness. They exclaimed once that they would always follow the captain even if they die for him. The boy asked what they were doing. Before us is the devil star of the exchange store. Here again, in front of them, a favorite client. The girl exclaimed that it was just amazing. Today, the total amount will reach 840,000 coins of the devil star. Zheng Kai answered the girl that it was just great, so many Shanyo coins. Now he figured out all the costs. At this time, the locker room. The boy thought that now not only for life would be enough. Well, you can buy things. He bought trousers and a cloak that will help to steal unnoticed. The equipment was simply amazing. In addition, now he has an armor that will confront death attacks. Also, gloves do their job. Thanks to the flame, he can erupt powerful attacks. Zheng Kai, leaving the store, noticed that now he feels much stronger than before. Now, against a 20th traveler, he will be able to survive. Now he is sure of his success. When the boy went outside, Yuan Yu noticed him and ran to the captain. He began to scream that he had got something. On his shoulder, the guy carried a large, thick log. The guy approached his captain and, making a jump up, asked him to look. Genkai began to stop him and asked what he was doing at all. Is he still holding a fence for 35 killed wives? The guy's gaze changed, and he could not understand what Yuan Yu is doing now. He fled to him very quickly. After that, the guy threw this thick log as high as possible above his head and asked Genkai to go back. But the boy did not have time to react, and the force emerging from this log fell directly into his chest. The guy went to his captain and said that he was thinking often to take care of his own security. He handed the captain a small sharp blade and said that he decided to help him a little. Now he can rely on the power of a magnet, which will suck everything that flies to it. Genkai replied that now he had nothing to worry about. In addition, such a throwing weapon can cause damage to the enemy. The boy went to his comrade and, patting him on the shoulder, said that he did not think that he was so talented. Yin Yu explained to the captain that he himself studied this and asked if he had really impressed him. The boy replied that of course he impressed, and he assures him. He raised his hand up and turned away, thought about something looking in front of him. Something fell from the sky of gray and gloomy, and he could not understand that it was. Yuan Yu asked the captain for sure whether he did not deceive him. Hu Yan appeared in front of them and exclaimed that she was she. She studied the prayer for rain, but it looks like it is useless. Genkai asked the girl, could her skills be useless, and asked to look at the environment. If it turns out to strengthen the rain, he will even be able to defeat opponents. Indeed, the downpour is very much. The boy held out his hand to catch raindrops. The guy stared at him. Genkai continued to explain that the enemy would become a living target and he would kill anyone he wants. The girl laughed and asked if it was true. It turns out it can be useful. In this case, she will train even more diligent. Genkai thought that now, when Hu Yan and Yuan Yu gained new skills, their team became much stronger than before. One of the guys asked what kind of downpour this is. Now the whole equipment is wet, and what if the Huan family begins to blame them for a delay? Genkai thought about his words and asked to wait. He said that the guy had just talked about the Huan family. Then the second asked, really? He is sitting without the internet. The Huan family guild is going to send 200,000 people to the island of permafrost to hunt boss. The victory over the boss will expand the devil of the devil. Therefore, many travelers go to this boss. Everyone is responsible for the rise and falls of this world. Didn't he know about this news? The guys did not have time to finish with the boy and decided to run rather so that they were not punished for being late. Genkai thought that the Huan family wants to hunt the boss of the country. He became interested in whether Huan Wei will be there. Currently, this beast is raging throughout the earth. Not every country manages to survive against it, because you need a lot of resources. But the resources of the Devil Star guard the bosses of completely different levels. So first, you have to kill the monster to take possession of the necessary materials. The level of monsters on the Devil Star varies from low to high. The usual level, elite level, warlike, command, boss of the royal level, and boss from the card, as well as the lord of the guard. So for the boss of the royal level, you need to collect hundreds of thousands of soldiers in order to confront him. Does the Huan family want to make such a large-scale contribution as to stand the first on the Devil Star? Maybe the Huan Wei family decided to improve and stop her atrocities in order to bring hope to the world. Each person is responsible for the rise and the fall of this world. After all, someone should get up and fight the monsters. Did Huan Wei really decide to become those who risk everyone for this world? Devil's Star Island of Permafrost. It really was cold and gloomy there. A lot of snow and high ice mountains also conveyed feelings of permafrost. Hu Yan told the captain that he knew that it was so cold on the island of eternal permafrost. But the captain answered the girl that he really did not know. Then someone called them very loudly. The guys stood at a high mountain peak and asked which team they were from. Do they not know that it is better not to walk on the lake? Zhang Kai said in response to the guys that they were here for the first time and asked why it was impossible to walk here. The man held his hands crossed on his chest and asked the newcomers whether they were. How they all know under the island is a monster's lair, and they go on thin ice and can fail at any moment, as they do not understand this. And do not they know that this will only alarm all the fish? Before he had time to finish, the monster was already approaching them. It was a huge monster in the form of an unusual fish with sharp fangs. Two-legged fish of a 22nd level. Hu Yan was very surprised when she saw a person's fish. The guys began to slip and fall. One of the men from another team called them idiots. The second said that in order to defeat a person of the 22nd level, we need a team of 20th level people. How they all know a man specializes in the attack of near battle, so confronting this fish is rather not easy. Jiang Kai has already squeezed his fists, standing opposite the monster. The guys were sure that this team was definitely the end. The girl began to call her captain. The guy began to use his abilities, namely ghostly armor and blur. The blur was completed. The monster was already lying on the ice, and the boy talked about that he thought he would be stronger. The strongest explosion occurred, and Jiang Kai flew up to the fish, knocking it down with a powerful blow of the knee. The yellow bright flame rose straight to heaven from this strong blow. The team that was on the slope of the mountain was very surprised and simply shocked. The guy was very surprised how he survived the attack of a person's fish, like a 20th team to kill it. The guy clenched his teeth and said that he had only the 10th level with a penny, and he killed it in a matter of seconds. Jiang Kai planted his fist and exclaiming very pleased that now it's not so cold. He called his comrades and said that they needed to return. To himself, he thought that now his strength is 76 units, and a critical blow delivers at least 15,000 units of damage, but it is better not to count a special bonus. This is only the lowest damage from a critical blow. The boy thought about it, counting everything in its place. Currently, its damage is estimated at the 20th level. A place for storage is released. Therefore, he is able to defeat his enemies at this stage of development. Hu Yan told her captain that she took a fish car. The boy thanked her and said that it was necessary to rise. He raised his head to the older brothers and asked if they were now where Wan Wei was now. The guys asked what the elders they were more likely to him the younger ones. It just so happened that they know where he is and can even indicate the path. And somewhere on the island of the permafrost, where tall trees rose up being shrouded in snow, Jiang Kai thought that he did not want the guys to see their showdowns with Huan Wei, so he left them in another place. It seems the guys said that he should be here, and he wants to talk to him alone. Before he could comprehend, as a familiar voice called him. When the boy turned, he saw Huan Wei in front of him. The guy went to his meeting. Jiang Kai told him that he was impressed by his decision to kill the country's boss. It seems to him to score on their past resentment and together contribute to the development of the country. But suddenly the guy began to attack him, and bright blue lightning came from him. Jiang Kai was very surprised and asked what he was. After all, he came to talk to him. Huan Wei got even more angry, and getting a sword from the scabbard headed towards the boy. He looked up at him and exclaimed that he had killed him. He had to undergo long-term treatment, and now he decided to arrange reconciliation. He wants to take revenge on him for killing him to such an audience. But the military ordered his family not to touch him. That is why he decided to show the initiative and collect a whole group to go to the country's boss. During this battle, no one will certainly be able to protect him. Jiang Kai now understood what a goal he had. Huan Wei said that he did not think that he himself would come to him. He asked for permission to kill him, and he decided to take advantage of his merits to kill the boss. Then no one will touch him if he kills him. Jiang Kai answered the enemy that he had apparently decorated himself too much on his account. He thought the guy changed, but he comes out the same Huan Wei. But if he wants to kill him, then let him do it with the whole team. In the end, he dealt with his mercenaries. One of the guys exclaimed that he killed them only thanks to the help of the military. Their gentleman has the 10th level of equipment, Shuga, whether he thinks that the guy cannot cope with him. Suddenly, his gaze changed. He told the guys to wait a bit, how he was able to reach the 14th level so quickly. Meanwhile, the enemy Jiang Kai was already completely glowing in bright golden fire. The guy began to scream, not understanding what was happening. He grabbed his head with his hand and began to burn. Huan Wei asked for help. The warriors noticed that their master was on fire, but why he is so powerful? Jiang Kai explained that their master was dead and asked not to get in his way if they did not want to follow his fate. But the guy began to rise from the fire and said that he was still alive. His equipment helped to preserve 1% of his life, so he is still alive. Huan Wei asked his guys faster to help him kill him and torture him to death. The warriors immediately obeyed their commander and began to flee to his aid. Jiang Kai clamped his fist that lit up with a bright red flame and asked his enemy if he wanted to continue. He liked this option since he wanted to try his new equipment at the same time. The boy began to approach her opponents faster and faster, hitting them with bright rays. One of the guys exclaimed that he had lowered so much but not one hit. He became interested in what he has accurate. Is it scary to fight with them knowing that they are at the 30s? Jiang Kai was already approaching the guys, not afraid of anything. He was completely covered with fire and bowing his head down to them, a remark that they were not listening to him. He asked why then not to shoot the bird and began to approach with an attack to the enemy. There was a strong explosion, and a bright flame rose higher and higher, as if to the sky itself. The guy stood in front of a huge confusion, looking forward as his opponents were burning. The warriors looked from the side and were very scared. Did the darts return? In addition, a guy with less than 20th level killed the commander at the 32nd level. They were simply shocked as this guy was able to kill their commander in just 1 second. But Jiang Kai exclaimed that he had not yet finished and began to approach one of the warriors. He looked into his eyes with a despicable look and said that he was returning his blow. The boy directed all his strength against this guy, and a huge ray of bright fiery light flew right into his chest. The guy lit up with a bright yellow flame, and stream of sweat began to drain across his face. He was completely embraced by a conflagration and burned to the ground in this bright fire flame. One of the guys asked that this was still for his skill, and from where such deadly from. Has this guy concluded some kind of deal with the devil? Huan Wei called them parasites and asked if they did not see that he was good only in distant attacks. The guys decided to attack their enemy together, and we need to get closer to him, as close as possible. Huan Wei thought that Jiang Kai was good in distant attacks and causes great damage in the distance. Therefore, you only need to become as close to him, and they began to approach the whole crowd to their opponent. The flame began to rise higher and higher, and Huan Wei was shocked by what was happening. The boy, without thinking twice, scattered all his warriors and began to approach Huan Wei. His gaze was very terrible and bold. He called the guys continuous garbage and asked what was the difference between them. Huan Wei began to back and exclaimed that this could not be. There is too much difference between them in the levels, and he asked what the boy did. Jiang Kai squeezed his fist and replied that he planned to forget about their insults, but he will still continue to pursue him correctly whether he says. Huan Wei bent back and asked what he was going to do with him. The boy replied that he himself wanted to kill him, so he was going to answer him. The last time he had already killed him, so why don't he die again? Jiang Kai was already approaching his enemy and directed the turquoise rash towards his head. Huan Wei shouted with a terrible cry and was defeated by his enemy forever. After the murder of Huan and the mercenaries, the protagonist rose to the 17th level. However, at the same time, the young master received the punishment of a bloodthirsty killer from the system. Thus, the opponent saw his whereabouts, and 10 drops of tears of repentance needed to relieve damage. The young cultivator was surprised because he was waiting for a positive bonus from the program. Instead, he was forced to constantly hide from a huge number of killers. Also, a doubling talent automatically increased this negative effect 10 times. Thus, Jiang could decrease to the first level at the first level and lose 30 characteristics. Kai realized that it was necessary to immediately find these miraculous tears of repentance in order to remove the punishment. Meanwhile, on the island of eternal permafrost, in the garrison of the Huan family, it was by no means the silence and tranquility reigned. The guards heard the fierce indignation of the head about the death of Wei and understood that now it was better not to touch him. The angry Tun shouted that his great son was dead, who, like them, fought for the future of the star. The extremely frustrated brother, Meihi, asked his father what they would do now. Huan said that at first they need to go to the boss, and as soon as they kill him, the military will retreat, and there will be a chance to deal with Kai. Most of his minions liked such a plan of events, and they supported the leader. At this time, Jing met his friends and rushed them to leave here as he killed Wei. Suddenly, a strong wind rose and some incomprehensible sound appeared. The guy immediately stopped and began to look around, suggesting that the Huan family nevertheless began the war. Hu suddenly turned back and saw something unimaginable. She immediately called out Kai. The ice literally crackled at the seams. The teenager, like the rest, did not know what to expect from this place. A moment later, huge fish-shaped monsters climbed outward. There were dozens of them. But that was not all, because numerous demons could not appear without their leader. After a couple of seconds, a monster crawled out of ice water, clearly not with good intentions. Even the young man's system could not determine the current level of the Lord of Frozen Fish. Friends were frightened to ask Jiang what to do and how to defeat this monster. But by that time, the army of tuna with him, who ordered them, had already appeared, will immediately prepare for the battle, to make, in his opinion, an invaluable contribution to the development of the Devil Star, adding that ultimately all of them will have fame and wealth, so they need to stay together. Huan's oratory skills could only be envied, and his monologue impressed the warriors. The lord of the family, in turn, continued to drive naive people for certain death. Thus, tuna fighters attacked many demons, and a bloody battle began. Naturally, friends began to dissuade the protagonist from going to the boss because there were too many participants in this event. The young master hastened to reassure them, saying that now it really is better for them not to interfere. Instead, the young cultivator suggested watching what was happening. Moreover, Huan will not be able to control him now, and the monsters will clearly weaken the forces of the tuna. Meanwhile, faithful soldiers of the head of the family died in an unequal match. Suddenly, behind several soldiers, a huge fish appeared, 25th levels. One of the guards called on his colleagues is not afraid, and rushed the first to battle. As a result, he inflicted a couple of blows to the monster, but he could not hurt her. Moreover, the fish literally dragged him under the water to enjoy it. Subsequently, in the eyes of the counterparts, the monster ate an overly self-confident fighter. The fighting spirit instantly disappeared by the soldiers, and frightened people backed back. Jiang's friends were also shocked by such a turn, and did not believe their eyes. The guy noticed that until the dominant monster is defeated, the fish would not stop appearing. But in fact, the confrontation of people and fish is not the main event. After all, it is special that can repulse the boss and even try to defeat him. By that time, 8 of them were able to get closer to the Lord of Fish, and having involved their best abilities, they rushed to attack the icy Verzel. Literally from all sides, the soldiers attacked the boss and conducted a series of crushing blows. However, this was not enough to really harm the monster. As a result, Lydon sparkled with numerous skills of special. Most naively believed that the monster could not withstand such powerful attacks. However, Kai said that in fact they did not injure him and everything is not as simple as it seems. After that, the young man immediately applied the focus of the ghost. the teenager was able to see that the attempts of the Huan warriors are in vain. After all, they could not even break through the defense of the Lord of Frozen Fish, from which most soldiers overtook a panic and they left the battlefield in horror. The ice boss, in turn, began to massively destroy the guards. With all one powerful blow, the monster was able to kill dozens of fighters. Everyone finally realized that it would not be so easy to cope with him and their life in the balance. Nobody before was able to only defeat 8 special attacks. The protagonist suggested that this is the boss of the royal level, because no one except them could possess such force. Suddenly, the next one appeared, who wished to experience good luck and rushed into battle with the sea demon. The young master could not understand what he was counting on, since 8 not ordinary warriors died in front of him. However, the extremely self-confident soldier continued to push on the boss, and as a result clashed with him in a fight. Everyone froze in anticipation of a miracle, although they understood that the chances of success are quite small. But surprisingly, the young man still held on and tried to resist the monster. The Lord of Mutated Fish did not expect to face such incredible power, because the guard not only attacked him but also blocked the monster's blow. Having stated that he would not bring pain and suffering to anyone else, then he again attacked the boss. In fact, it was the strongest penny in the Xuanu Guild, named Zhang Fan. At the same time, the traveler had a special talent and could receive strength from the dead comrades. Soon, they again collided with a brutal battle with the leader of demonic fish. Subsequently, which Fan still managed to break through the protection of a huge boss. The Lord of the Monsters was shocked by such a result and realized that he had underestimated the person. All soldiers instantly began to feed the hope that very soon the traveler would overcome him. Toon was pleased with this outcome because he knew about Zhang Fan's technique and that the warrior would become stronger from the many deaths of his comrades. Thus, the power of the speaker increased 200%, which inspired fear. His power was comparable to dozens of soldiers. The fighter himself, again, rushed towards the boss. Bringing his crushing blows, the guard finally eliminated the monster. Tun immediately smiled. He was more than pleased with the work done by the work of the fan. The huge Verzeal, in turn, collapsed into the water and literally turned into an ice floe. Everyone rejoiced at the incredible fighter because he alone was able to deal with a giant fish. A moment later, no less weak opponents crawled to the shore in the form of fish, 32nd levels. What was the frightened and his father? Because with every minute their number will only increase. Huan immediately called on all the remaining fighters to quit all their strength to defeat them. He himself perfectly understood that the monsters are too dangerous, and there could be serious losses. The main character watched what was happening and realized that the fan was needed, since now the battlefield is divided into 5 regions in accordance with the levels of demons, where the boss was naturally at the top, and the path to it lay through the strongest fish loves. Toon also distributed the army throughout the battlefields, but in the event of a breakthrough of the rear, the fan will not be easy to cope with the leader of the monsters. At the same time, Juan understood that even he could not survive in this duel, but he had no other way out. In this connection, he asked his son how much time it took Pisces to get to the battlefield. Yes, he looked at the map and approximately calculated that they would arrive in 10 minutes, after which a cruel massacre began, where the forces of Tuna restrained extremely strong opponents. The young cultivator also did not sit idle and destroyed the elite manfish. However, friends continued to persuade him to retreat because there were too many demons. Naturally, the young master refused to leave the battlefield, especially at such a crucial moment. When the balance of power can collapse, and then they will definitely die, which means that you need to act. Zhang would be glad to see the death of the Huan family. But in this case, the remaining 200,000 innocent people will die. After all, absolutely everyone is responsible for the rise and falls of this world. And that is why it is impossible to leave, because it is necessary to destroy all the monsters. The team members were shocked by such a statement by the captain and did not know what to do. Kai, in turn, went towards the huge accumulation of monsters, having said that he will certainly deal with them, and this will all end. In just 10 minutes, the monsters began to overcome the forces of the tuna and took the advantage on the battlefield. One of the wounded soldiers ran to the captain and urged him to begin a retreat. Most mutilated warriors were also determined to leave this location. Meanwhile, the extremely courageous and courageous captain said that they should not run away. After all, 10 minutes have passed, and the enemies never overtook them. But this never happened. What caused some questions and seemed quite strange, the soldiers thought. Since it really was suspicious, one of the guards said that the Huan family did not place the army on that side. The commander noticed, this proves once again that someone is very powerful in the rear. By that time, the young cultivator eliminated part of such fierce and strong monsters. At the same time, Zhang used his abilities in abundance and continued to kill demons. The protagonist, using various techniques, literally burned fish. Then a few more monsters were subjected to the high temperature of the young master. Thus, the young cultivator defeated 20 demons, but they continued to come. However, unexpectedly, the monsters managed to seize the team members and drag them along. Zhang hurried to free his friends, ordering them not to climb into Rojon anymore, adding that it is better for them to hide somewhere while he is dealing with monsters. Extremely worried friends asked if he could deal with so many mutated fish. Kai, as always, was confident in himself and began to deal with demons alone. What was a long occupation, but safer than fighting at the same time as a crowd of monsters. Therefore, Zhang again rushed towards angry monsters and an explosion suddenly occurred. The captain's Soshants were in shock. The fat man could not understand where such a force was in Ka. Huan's warriors also drew attention to the explosion and stated that something incomprehensible was happening in the rear. Joyful and shouted that most people of Fish were destroyed and possibly the work of the military. But Tun denied his guesses, saying that they could not come here so quickly. After a certain time, the military finally came to the aid of Huan's army and hastened to help Fan, who continued to bravely oppose the inconsistent Lord of Frozen Fish. Thus, the health of the boss decreased to 65%. What the guards were very happy and noticed that there were very few left. The brave Fan, in turn, began to finish the ice Verzel and rushed in his direction. Yes, he urged him to be careful, because after the loss of blood, the boss entered the new stage. In this case, his attacks will become more violent and fast, and Jiang Fan needs only to reflect blows. That the young warrior did not really succeed, the guy took on several attacks of the Lord of the Fish. Subsequently, the spearman survived, but his health fell to 5%. He understood that he would not cope with him. All those present watched what was happening and believed that the boss would kill the Fan. But at the most crucial moment, the teenager activated the military armor special and was covered with magical fire. At the same time, the young man experienced incredible pain, modifying his armor. Finally, the process ended, and the Fan was able to reduce the damage of the Icy Lords, which, with the help of combat armor, ricocheted in the very Lord of Frozen Fish. The main character realized that this strong armor is a special talent. Huan noted that this technique allows him to apply crushing strikes for a minute. Also, the boss will lose more lives using its high-speed attacks. After a moment, the health of the monster dropped to 35%, which could not but rejoice in Tuna. Everyone naively believes that ultimately the Fan would crush the royal-level demon. But unexpectedly, the Lord of Icy Fish People took advantage of his unique ability. As a result, the war armor of the young master collapsed, causing him a crushing force to damage. His wounded body collapsed to the ground. Zhang Fan remained only 1% of health. The admiration changed sharply to shock, and Huan could not understand how this could happen. It is worth noting that the Lord of Demonic Fish really used this skill in a timely manner. After all, he literally buried all the hopes of Tuna. Frightened, and did not know at all what to do. The leader of the island permafrost fell into despair and did not even hear a panicking son. The young cultivator, in turn, clearly understood that it was necessary to act. The people of Huan, meanwhile, began to persuade the head to withdraw the remaining troops and leave the boss. However, Captain Lee bravely opposed the enemies and closed the attack with his shield. After asking for forgiveness from Nuan and Jutsi for bringing them here where death overtook them. After all, he just wanted to prove to them that in fact Jiang is stronger, adding that he turned out to be a bad commander, because, unlike him, Kai never indignated them. Stunned Nuan began to look around to find help, at least in someone, since her strength is not enough for a healing spell and she will not be able to save the captain. Realizing that the boss can no longer be overcome because his army continues to advance, time as if froze. The girl slowly looked at the dead bodies of her brothers. At that moment, the monster broke through Lee's defense and inflicted a painful blow to him. And when the fishman began to finish off the commander, fiery rain suddenly poured from heaven, who literally burned the monster and thereby saved the life of the defeated Lee. The captain did not have time to understand what exactly happened and sharply backed back to hide from the meteorite. However, he understood one thing, that someone took advantage of the magical appeal. Jutsi and Nuan unexpectedly saw a familiar silhouette to the pane and began to look closely. Finally, they recognized the protagonist in the guy, who at the same second rushed to the attack. The young master greeted his friends and said that he needed to defeat the boss. Tsi, wounded, could not believe that the young cultivator really went to him, adding that such behavior is inherent in him. But this is a rather dangerous venture. But Kai had already managed to break on the battlefield, where he crushed his enemies with unknown force. The guards of the Huan family naturally paid special attention to him. Friends called on Jiang not to enter the state of a bloody killer, since he is in front of the eyes of 30,000 people and everyone will want to kill him. One of the soldiers arrogantly urged his brothers to eliminate the killer, since for it they can get a huge amount of experience. In the instant of the eye, everyone rushed after Kai. However, suddenly an explosion occurred, which took away from them any desire to attack him. Nuan and Jutsi believed that the mercenaries killed Jiang and began to shout his name. But after they saw how the young man ran out of the accumulation of soldiers scattered around the sides, realizing that he definitely does not need help, they sighed with relief. Self-confident soldiers could not understand where in this person such an incredible power. Z and Nuan, in turn, continued to rejoice at the successes of the teenager and supported him in every possible way. Lee was in horror, because Kaya was attacked by the fighters at least 20th levels, and it was not a scratch on it. Meanwhile, he informed his father that Jiang suddenly appeared on the battlefield and was located next to the boss. But Toon said that it was initially necessary to reduce their amount of losses in order to engage in this youth. Huan the Younger did not leave a strange feeling about the young killer. It seemed to him that he could defeat the Lord of the Fish and take everything to himself, and such a layout of things did not suit him. Suddenly, Kai recalled the words of the commander-in-chief of Invo, who called for him to protect Shenzhou. The guy himself did not understand why he made such a promise. All the more now it was necessary to select as many territories as possible. In this connection, Jiang asked artificial intelligence to include one-time ability. Thus, the main character stole a small percentage of the enemy's characteristic every time they look at him. This technique worked once and lasted about 30 minutes, after which all the accumulated attributes were removed. It was to the place, because in the bloody killer mode, everyone paid attention to him and felt his presence. About 300,000 people were on the battlefield. The young master began to bypass everyone to accumulate a huge number of such necessary characteristics. At this time, dumbfounded and informed his father that Jing again rushed to the royal-level monster. Toon, in turn, began to resent about this and ask his son take any measures. But Huan the Younger said that the characteristics of the young cultivator have increased sharply, and even higher than that of the general. This information brought the head of the island Perslota to rabies. Kai continued to flee to the Lord of the Monsters, and at that moment, a huge manfish blocked his path. He was a representative of the elite army and was at the 51st level, which naturally instantly attacked Jiang, but the teenager managed to evade the blow. Toon naively believed that the guy could not cope with this monster, because in his arsenal there are many dangerous skills. And when Kai flew straight into the mouth of a water demon, Wan said that this was the end for Maltz. However, the cultivator was able to surprise and, at a certain moment, inflicted a powerful blow. The result was shocking, since just one attack Jiang killed a fishman. But the difficulties did not end there, because each time stronger monsters appeared each time. Soon, the no less oversized Ice Commander fish, 74th levels, got out. Of course, most of the guards backed back, not understanding what they were dealing with. Suddenly, a furious monk shouted loudly. It was like ultrasound. Everyone literally stunned, and Kai was no exception. The sound permeated it to the bones. The Huan family in the person and Tuna began to say that the campaign against the boss was another mistake by Jiang. It seemed all over. The guy could not move from the crazy scream of the demon, who immediately rushed to kill him. But the fat man drank a beer extremely timely, and Hopper gained courage. As a result, he boldly rushed into a mortal battle defending his commander. The young man applied the crushing series of attacks, not allowing the monster to come to his senses. The fat man once again attacked the monster and brutally beat the perplexing human fish, which after a moment threw back in the direction of the brave man, causing him considerable damage. In the state of a drunken dreamer, Yuan could significantly reduce the damage received. Everyone was shocked by such an incredible abilities of the fat man and thought that he was some kind of general. The young cultivator, in turn, did not understand why he came to his aid. Suddenly, Yan said that they would never leave the commander in trouble, after which the sorceress called on the icy rain to bring him down on the monsters. Then Hu and completely urged Jiang to leave, since Yu would not last long, and she could help him. At this time, the extremely strange Yuan again rushed to the leader of the people fish. Naturally, the young master did not abandon his subordinates, began to fight with them side by side. Meanwhile, Huan's mercenary saw a zipper in the sky above the mountain and realized that the sorceress applied a prayer for rain. But they did not understand how ordinary rain could harm those who live in water. However, after the guards noticed that this was not a simple rain at all, literally a meteorite flashed with heaven that pierced the bodies of fish. But at the same time, this phenomenon hooked them. All the soldiers instantly began to look for places for shelter. Yan herself could not get enough of new skills, because earlier her technique did not have such a crushing force. Having stated that during the prayer of the rain, the monsters will not choose to the commander, thus giving Kai the opportunity to finally deal with the dominant boss. Piercing ice flows continued to sow panic among the demonic guards of their leader. The ward of Gianna unexpectedly said that they were all one team, and he should remember this. The young master did not have words, because the young commander did not expect such a young commander. Meanwhile, the soldiers rejoiced in a turning point in this war. Kai said that he underestimated his team, but now it seemed to be illuminated, and he is really very grateful to them for their help. Zhang rarely allowed himself such revelations. After that, he literally loaded the icy wasteland into the vent of the volcano. The fire irreversibly absorbed all the fish. Huan and his people were shocked by such a result, because Kai defeated a 7th level monster with just one blow. It was truly incredible, since even entire teams could not achieve such success. The main character, in turn, was immensely happy because he has accumulated a huge number of necessary attributes. Approaching the Lord of Peoplefish, the young master said that he had previously been afraid of him, but now everything has changed. The Lord of the Monsters had only 35% of health, ton with, and the rest did not believe his eyes, because the guy still got to the boss. The young cultivator immediately rushed to the attack in order to finally complete the begun. The icy Verzel instantly grabbed his trident and began to beat off the blows of the young man. Lee suggests that the Lord of Fish will now hold a critical series of attacks, and Jiang would not survive. But he still could not get along such a dodgy and clever Kai, for which the speed of the monster was too slow, and he easily moved away from his blows, reflecting on how he will get close to him as much as possible to conduct a mortal attack. At that moment, the boss inflicted another blow, but, as before, Jiang dodged him, then jumped into the trident. Those present in bewilderment observed what was happening and could not find Jiang's power of a logical explanation. The team, of course, rejoiced at the successes of its commander and continued to support in every way. At this time, the guy moved along the trident towards the Lord of Mutated Fish. The ice monster immediately attacked him with his octopus tentacles. However, he could not cause damage to Jiang, who, in turn, began to attack him with fire, which was painfully affected by the water demon of the royal level. Thus, the boss had about 25% of lives. Everyone only said that the killer in some incredible way managed to relieve so much health from him. At that moment, the Monstrov Vladika suddenly stuck his weapons into the ice. What created an incomprehensible effect, the boss suddenly shone with magic light. The protagonist looked with contempt at the huge leader of the market people. The owner of the royal level also peered with hatred in the young master. Among the Huan family, rumors began to walk that this teenager is really stronger than Jiang. Nuan admired the power of the young cultivator. Even the mortally wounded fan was amazed at the technique of malts. The guy, meanwhile, asked the arrogant boss whether he wanted to know all his power. Suddenly, the icy Verzel shouted loudly into the sky, making an incredibly piercing sound. But Kai no longer bled into such tricks and continued to get to him. Suddenly, the leader of the water monsters fixed his trident into the young man. Subsequently, a powerful emissions of the cold occurred and everything literally faded. The mercenaries suggested that the killer was finally dead and the matter was small, but as it turned out, it was only an illusion, and in fact, Jiang was alive. Having reappeared, the teenager personally stated this and asked the boss, did he really not know about this technique? Tuna soldiers were horrified and did not understand how he managed to survive. Cao, in turn, was tired of demonstrating superiority, and he decided to get down to business. After that, for a fraction of seconds, he inflicted incredible damage to the icy Verzel. As a result, he enveloped the boss with a flame, and the Lord of Demonic Fish collapsed to the ground. Thus, Jiang left him only 15% of health. Vladika Monstrov began to understand that he really could not overcome a person. However, it was already too late since the teenager held another extremely painful series of attacks, after which only 5% of lives have only 5% of the water monster. Kai diligently continued to immerse him in the fiery cloud and literally burned the boss. A moment later, the ruler of the local seas was finally defeated by the killer. Complete silence came. Everyone experienced both hatred and admiration for the main character. The bloody body of the ice giant testified to the power of the young master, but at the same time, the overlord of people market people remained only 0.1% of health. Huan was in complete bewilderment and could not believe that the young cultivator defeated the boss. But the most important thing is that he remained absolutely unharmed and pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Nei asked Zun how it happened that they came at the invitation of Tuna, and the monster was already killed. Lu replied that he himself did not understand how this could happen, but it was precisely for this young man who Commander, in chief Wei, has hopes. At that moment, the teenager in the impudent manner said that the reign was over, and the boss was already dead, so he should go. But Huan shouted that the monster had a little health and ordered his people to not let him finish it off. Tun also urged everyone to immediately stop fighting the demons and help him kill the boss. As a motivation, he promised to pay them 50 million for the killer's head. But if Jiang the First kills the Lord of Fish, then no one will receive a penny. Mercenaries began to actively discuss this issue among themselves and came to the fact that they really needed money. As a result, we went after Kai to earn more money. People literally turned into animals and began to pour out each other. In pursuit of an unimaginable amount, they seemed to stop thinking and turned into savages. Jiang found this whole action rather funny and only smiled, watching human greed. By that time, the guy found a wounded fan and helped him get to his feet, asking if he was in order. The surprised master asked in response why he helps him, because boss was left only one blow. But in fact, Kai respected the brave warrior and thus showed him his attitude. He also invited him to finish off the icy Verzilu so that the Wan family finally ceases his suffering. In addition, he, as the chief representative of his kind, will be generously awarded. And that is why he should inflict the last blow, because Fan was the first to confront the boss. Shocked Zhang did not understand why the young master was doing this and why he helps him. The young cultivator, in turn, rushed the guy with the process because I will do it for him. Fan thanked the protagonist and hastened to finish what he came here. Finally exposing his blade, the traveler pierced the body of the monster with a sword. At the last gasp, the boss shouted loudly in pain and plunged into eternal sleep. The system instantly informed everyone that it was the Guild of Xuanu who defeated the demon. Everyone began to ask themselves the same question, why this was the bloodthirsty killer. Meanwhile, a huge number of peoplefish saw the death of their leader. In this connection, they instantly began to rely on the way, knocking each other along the way. The guards tried to understand how Fan managed to get around Jiang. But yes, I was sure that it was Kai that provided such an opportunity for a strong speaker. After all, abandoning his deadly blow, the teenager received much more money. In addition, the recognition of his people as a local hero was fundamentally different from the title of bloodthirsty killer. Nuan and Jutsu were also delighted with such an outcome and admired the noble Jiang. Even the Captain Li admitted that the young man is at a completely different level of combat training. Hu suddenly said that the clan of the wrong people scored into his leaders. Suddenly, the army of Huan began to understand that in fact the Toons spit on their lives. In this connection, almost all warriors immediately left the Xuanu Guild. What he reported and his near father, who understood that confidence in him was already undermined. Huan was furious and did not know how he would get out in this situation. Suddenly, the Tun began to retreat and told his son that they would definitely avenge Jiang next time. At that moment, the joyful Fan approached his savior and began to thank him for his help. Then he suddenly asked the guy what characteristics he had. But Kai hastened to explain that he could only exchange their attributes once. At this time, not far from them, an octopus tentacle crawled out of a small crack. Jiang continued to tell Fan about the punishment of a bloodthirsty killer. However, after a couple of seconds, the tentacle grabbed the teenager with a lightning-fast movement. As a result, a huge octopus dragged him under the water. The Fan was shocked and did not know how to help him. The dumbfounded Hu instantly ran to Jiang and asked where Captain Kai went. Fan asked a counter-question. Was he really her commander? Yan answered positively. Then the guy said extremely sadly that he was his fault and he had bad news for her. Since there is a high probability that the young cultivator provoked the posthumous revenge of the boss, which is activated after the death of the monster itself, and usually with death. And almost no one can cope with this skill of Fish Overlord. But the worst thing is that if anyone managed to return from the Star of the Devil, this man was doomed to eternal suffering. His mind simply cannot get used to his thoughts about the square that he will wait. The shocked Yan could not believe that the commander would really not return, and her tears began to have a boom. Meanwhile, the young master finally returned to consciousness and opened his eyes. Subsequently, which he discovered that he was captured and held by the tentacles of the boss. The main character began to try to free himself, but the tentacles literally began to penetrate his body. The system reported that in 20 seconds, all the characteristics he had accumulated will disappear. Then Kai realized that the monster wanted to pull all the energy out of him and kill him. And if this really happens, then Jung will not survive and the boss will absorb his soul. After a couple of seconds, the program notified the owner of the activation of the revenge of the ice giant. There was very little time and the young cultivator began to get nervous. Understanding that this is the end, Kai, in an incredible way, was still freed from the tentacles of the demon. As a result, he collapsed on a certain platform. 10 seconds remained until the attributes disappeared. But at the same time, the young man did not know for sure whether his previous characteristics would return. At this moment, the Lord of Demonic Fish fixed his trident towards the guy. 5 seconds were left, and the teenager decided to invest in one single blow. In this connection, he ordered the system to remove absolutely all the spikes to maximize damage. Thus, the main character in the last seconds managed to conduct a strong attack. Subsequently, the explosion thundered. It only remained to guess as it all ended. A moment later, the young master stood with his head proudly raised over the defeated boss. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared and congratulated the owner on the passage of the boss. She also invited the owner to the treasury. A room with jewelry was in the underground kingdom of Peoplefish, where the main character went. Approaching the huge door of the hall of the Lord of Frozen Fish, the young cultivator looked with interest at the statue of the monster. Suddenly, the program said that in 10 minutes the kingdom would be destroyed and Kai should have time to pick up the treasures. The worried Jiang asked what would happen if he did not have time to escape. The system calmly replied that in this case it would die and all the jewelry would disappear. In the kingdom of Frozen Fish, all the torches instantly lit up. The guy understood to act. After all, he just needs to pick up as many treasures as possible and leave the hall. After a couple of minutes, the young man found a certain door and hastened to go into the room, where the whole room was literally filled with gold and various crystals. At the same time, the teenager discovered secret drugs that increased the characteristics of 60 points. Naturally, Kai began to drink miraculous potions since there was little time left. The program, in turn, clarified what kind of attributes Zhang intended to increase. The guy chose to improve dexterity. The young man also found a chest with the treasures of the boss, with which the system congratulated him. The teenager was delighted with so many awards. Besides, they were no lower than the rank A. But unexpectedly, the program notified Kaya that the chest with gold is limited in time and after 90 seconds it would disappear. Jiang, like a rabbit, pounced on all wealth and hurried to take them away with him. During the sorting of various treasures, the guy found what he was looking for a very long time. These were tears of repentance that could help eliminate the state of punishment in the mode of the bloodthirsty killer. Thus, Kai not only earned a lot of money, but also acquired the necessary ingredients. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a certain piece of paper attached to the wall, and Zhang wondered what it was. The program reported that this is the formula for the transformation of specialization of the 20th level, after the application of which he will be able to change the profession, but only upon reaching the 20th level. The next day, friends of the young man arranged a funeral for him and sobbing, assuming that Fan told the truth and the commander will never return to them again. At that moment, Hu suddenly found a fish crawling along the gorge. Yin immediately threw a stone at him and thereby pushed Kaya into the abyss without realizing that it was the captain. As a result, the angry Jiang collapsed into the very bottom, loudly expressing his indignation. Suddenly, Hu heard a rather familiar voice and began to reflect. Soon, the main character crawled out to the surface and continued to make complaints to friends who did not even look at the gorge. At this time, in Jiangjun, on the 18th base of the Gate of the Devil Star, the commander asked the agents about K. Ney replied that they did not meet him, but found the reason for the rapid growth of Jiang's forces. He took advantage of the one-time skill. We said that if everyone was as capable as him, then there would be no sense from special. Ziyun noticed that everyone who fell into the posthumous revenge of the boss was dying, and Kai, most likely, was no exception. Sheng also naively believed that the problem with the young cultivator was already closed. However, the commander said that this young master does not fall under the number of ordinary soldiers. In addition, it is quite possible that he not only survived, but also got the treasures of the Lord of the Fish. Ney said that over the 50 years of the existence of the Devil Star, all a couple of outstanding personalities were able to do this. Lu was in solidarity with Sean and said that Kai was registered for about a month and he has no chance. The Supreme Commander sighed heavily and said that his intuition was talking about something else. At that moment, the assistant unexpectedly burst into the cabinet and said that certain goods were registered. Adding that Jiang opened the outlet in the Devil Star, the total cost of the items sold was 400 million. All were shocked by such a sudden turn. Kai was really alive. The special instantly checked the auction, where the guy put up unimaginable crystals and various ingredients for sale. There were also the highest quality materials. Jun and Neem were horrified by the young men. The commander, in turn, laughed and noticed that this little one was really incredible. The assistant suddenly stated that the Huan family wants to talk with Mr. Wei. Meanwhile, in Shenzhou, in a trading house, Zhang sold all his unique goods. Friends supported him and said that he had earned a huge amount of money. Suddenly, Kai said that he had gifts for the Yuan and Hu. The guy gave Yanni a jade frost, with which she could call on a storm. Yis received an ice shield that freezes the enemy for a few seconds. Zhang also spoke about several objects that will help them in improving the characteristics. Indeed, in order to increase the level of profession, you must have an appropriate book, and it can be obtained from the murder of bosses. But there is another way, a kind of scroll increasing the level of skill, and it was like that he received from the Lord of Fish. The page of the Eternal Residue, in turn, costs about 500,000 coins at the auction, which is quite a lot. Moreover, depending on the ability, the number of pages necessary for improvement differs. Hu and the fat man understood little, but it was very interesting for them to listen to their commander. In their eyes, Kai looked like a rich traveler who simply distributes money to them for entertainment. Suddenly, they rushed into the arms to Jiang, saying that every day they would pray for his well-being. The main character called on the Yuan, and Yan will immediately calm down, since people already paid attention to them. At that moment, the arrogant suddenly approached the young master and asked if he knew what shame was. After all, he behaves like a savage and tries to make him pay attention. Naturally, the young cultivator recognized him and extremely reluctantly greeted him. Huan continued to provoke a guy in every possible way and say that he would not be able to forever hide behind the military. And in the next battle of the guilds, he promised to kill the teenager at all. Kai only smiled back. But yes, everything did not calm down and said that soon the military would understand everything and throw him to the mercy of fate. Zhang only thought about one thing, what kind of guild's battle it was, about which he asked for his teammates. Hu said that this is a competition specially created for selection for the best guild. The minimum level for participation is the 21st, where there is a distribution in strength because there is a 40 level and even 100th. After that, each clan sends 5 people for fights, and ultimately only the 3 best remains. The perplexed young man did not understand why Huan generally decided that he would take part in the tournament. Soon Kai went to Jiangjun in the hospital to his brother and left the team in Shenzhou. Of course, the brother was sincerely glad of the sudden appearance of Jiang in his hospital. The protagonist, in turn, was generous and bought a relative more. He literally now had to put so many gift boxes in the ward. The guy said that as soon as he was riding out of the hospital, he would immediately establish his financial situation. However, Jiang said that he should not worry about it because he always dreamed of fighting with Godsver. And as soon as they release him, he can become a real traveler. But his brother said that he would need a lot of money to get to the Devil Star. The teenager immediately transferred several million to him and repeated that the money was not a problem. The dumbfounded brother asked where he got so much funds. Kai replied that he worked for many years for their family, and now he has the opportunity to live in pleasure. After all, he remembers how his brother saved him and his sister on the battlefield with a Zever god. And if in the future he decided to become special, then many people will be grateful to him. Suddenly, the guy asked what would happen to his body. Jiang calmly broke the apple and handed half his brother, adding that everything will be in order with him, and then a completely new life awaits him. Leaving the hospital, Kai was in a good mood because he helped to fulfill his brother's dream. Suddenly, he was called to the agent Zun and called him to immediately get into the car. Sitting into the car, the young man asked what's such a hurry because he still needed to take his sister from school. Lu said extremely sadly that she actually had an accident and therefore they came to him. Zhang was simply shocked by such information and did not believe his ears. The main character instantly arrived at the scene of the accident and began the search for sister. The young master ran among the crashed cars and shouted the name of the girl, but she was nowhere. Suddenly, a thin female voice of his sister called him out. The young cultivator immediately turned around. Kai found his sister right in front of him and ran joyfully to her. Inquiring whether everything is fine with her, the perplexing Inkuzi replied that she was in order, since at the most crucial moment one person saved her, who said that he knows him. The teenager turned around and saw a smiling Fan. Jiang could not understand how he ended up here. The extremely surprised guy asked what he was doing here and why he came. Then Lu intervened in the conversation and hastened to report that the accident was not accidental, adding that in fact this Huan family set up everything. Kai was horrified. They are also aimed at ensuring that the military turned away from him and involve all their strength for this. After all, they have to make many concessions for the sake of his security, but the commander does not want to let the situation aggravate, since only in case of his death the military will stop acting. Besides, Wei refused to participate in the guild tournament. The commander-in-chief sincerely believed that Jiang would cope with all the tests sent to him. Thus, the Wan family forces Kai to take part in the nearest competition. Otherwise, his family will be in danger, and even unforeseen consequences are possible. The guy was horrified by Toon's cunning plan and began to think about how he was in this situation. Jun only sadly added that even the military could not resist their family. Nei noted that Jiang has two options: or take part with the competition, or join the ranks of the military, and will officially enlist their support. The worried It's asked if the military would really be able to protect them. Lu said that at the moment the Kaya profession is very valuable and the guard commander will protect him. However, Jiang did not think that the army could protect him and everything would go smoothly. Moreover, during this time he could relax and at the crucial moment let everyone down. And then the Wan family will still get to his relatives. With money he also could not compare with them. But since the talent of luck increases the points of characteristics, the opponent of the same level will be weaker than him. And even if the battle is not on equal terms, with a certain strategy, Kai will still be able to deliver a critical blow. After all, Hambler is a new profession, about which Toon has not heard, so he decided to publicize their conflict. In addition, if he further exterminates Huan's forces, then the military will not leave him. Jun understood the state of the guy and said that he would prepare everything for transfer to the army. But suddenly, Jiang asked if the military could help him, since he had only 3 people in his team. The shocked Lu began to call him in every possible way to forget about it and think really. After all, if he falls on the competition of the Huan family, then the clashes cannot be avoided. However, the young man could not convince. He only thanked Ziyun for his help and said that everyone had their own road. So, he himself determines his fate and the path to it, so it is worth taking part in the tournament. Lu continued to dissuade such an impulsive protagonist from this venture, but to his surprise, Nei supported him and said that he admired the courage of the young master, and he will personally help him in everything because the Wan family will not back down. Fan also said that he was in debt to a young cultivator and will help in this confrontation. Insa, in turn, was delighted and shouted that her brother would succeed because she would support him in everything. The perplexing June continued to call them to recover and think soberly. But the warriors have already finally decided and asked Lu whether he was in the team with them. Realizing that the agent agreed to not go anywhere, especially the commander ordered him to look after Kai, adding that he will take care of his family and he should focus on preparing for the competition. Jiang once again thanked them for their help and said that now he was in debt in front of them. On the way, the guy explained to the sister as Huan activated, he and his brother could no longer live in slums. Approaching the luxurious building of Inksa, asked if they had come in place because millions were standing here at home. The teenager attached his VIP client card to the reader and smiled. It is worth noting that the house was really chic, and the young lady could not believe what was happening. The girl literally ran into the whole house and paid attention to a huge pool. The spacious living room and a large gym also surprised her. The Insa could not get enough. But the most important thing was her room, in which the girl instantly fell in love. A caring brother asked if she really liked and suits everything. The girl looked at him and asked in response, "Is it really not a dream, and they will live here?" Kai confirmed her guesses and said that their life is just beginning, and now everything will be fine. At this time, the upset Nuan and Jutsi wandered through the forest and thought why everything happened that way. Also, the captain will soon be replaced. The girl also did not find an answer to this question. Suddenly, Jiang called them out. Any and Z turned around and did not believe their eyes. The joyful Jew asked the commander if he really decided to join the military ranks. The teenager answered negatively, but noticed that he had been enlisted for a while, as he would soon take part in the guild tournament. And to help him, Wei entered into an agreement with his family Huan for his participation in the competition, and before that, Tun intended to kill the boss, to put pressure on the military, and that is why Kai asked for help from Nuan and Jutsa. Naturally, friends gladly agreed to participate in the tournament and show the Huan true power to the Huan family. Suddenly, Z asked if the guy wanted to take them to his team. After all, in the army they have a small rating among the fighters, and the assessment there is quite complicated. And if the newcomer has a long time, the rating of E, as they have with Nuan, then the military give up such a warrior. In this regard, AN and Ju said that the young master could regret his decision. But the main character was confident in the opposite, and said that after the tournament, they would return to the army and he would give them an assessment of A. Z asked in surprise if the young cultivator really has the 15th level, because the captain should be a high rank. At this moment, Zhang's team approached them and HU reported that there would be no problems with this, because they switched to the 20th level and are thinking about changing the profession. Taking this occasion, Kai introduced the new Sabbaths to Yan and the fat man Yum. The girl instantly introduced herself and was called the Predictor, saying that she had heard about their exploits. The smiling fat man reluctantly called his name and introduced himself as a drunkard. The dumbfounded Jutsi and Nuan still could not believe that the captain was already the 20th level because they only have the 9th. Confident Jiang said that he intends to bring them to the 20th level, after which they all together began to reflect on the name of their team. Suddenly, Yuan offered to be called the Gods of Fire. Allegedly, they are owners of fiery power. Kaya liked the name and he approved it. Then he ordered everyone to collect as much energy as possible in order to hit the road by the morning. Soon they all went to the zone of newcomers to collect positive ki. The commander noted that in a few hours they would get to the end of the city of Shenzhou and get to the Devil's Star. But the sad Z said that he had some concern about the professional talent of the warrior's heart. And he may not know his true power. Jiang began to cheer up the compartment in every possible way, saying that he will succeed, but Zhu said fear settled in his heart and he could not cope with him. But to acquire this technique, it is necessary to be fearless and consider yourself the best warrior. However, he does not manage to deceive himself and call himself the strongest cultivator. Kai began to analyze, because this talent could provide Juzi with additional bonuses and positive effects. In addition, with its acquisition, it was possible to get new abilities, but Z's power is not high, since he is not confident in himself. So, the most important thing for him is now strengthening his courage and activating professional skills. At the same time, Jiang himself would not hurt to improve, since he had 50 more pages. As a result, the young man asked the system to improve 2 abilities, focusing the ghost and a map in his hand. Thus, the teenager got the opportunity to throw various objects faster, but energy costs have increased, which, in principle, seemed acceptable to him. In addition, efficiency increased by 50%. Kai was also honored to get another skill in the form of Gambler's Time, which increased the speed of shooting twice, but also consumed a lot of ki. The focus of the eye also improved, and the ability to track objects appeared. Plus, Jiang could use various manipulations to confuse the enemy with cards. After a couple of days, our valiant heroes finally came to the appointed place. It was the territory of the armored dragon. The young master went to the cliff and looked down. The frightened Jutsi noted that there are no lower than 25th levels here, and this is dangerous. Yan added oil to the fire and stated that there are more than 100 individuals here, and they are all bloodthirsty. In addition, 50 monsters are at the combat level. Z was horrified, but such demons are extremely rare and appear only in a large accumulation of dragons. Nuan, in turn, asked the commander how they could overcome so many elite monsters. However, Kai was sure that only danger stimulates the potential of their coordinated team. In addition, such territories are full of extremely useful materials, and there is even a chance to get a chest with treasures of a white-violet armored dragon. And in the box of the black armored dragon, you can find material to increase the 20th level of the martial arts master. Suddenly, Hu asked the captain, was there really no punishment of a bloodthirsty killer on him? The young man smiled and replied that at the moment he would leave it a secret. Having advanced into the depths of a dense forest, they stumbled upon traces of one of the dragons. Suddenly, Zhu asked Yuan how he managed to overcome the fear of the banshee with whom he fought. The surprised Yu said that he was not afraid of her. Z was in shock and asked him to teach this technique. The fat man only gave him freshly brewed wine and said that alcohol helps in such things, but it is better not to drink a lot. Zhu, in turn, is extremely grateful to Yuan and began to thank him for his help. At that moment, Kai felt the approach of something very strong and took off into the height, ordering everyone to leave immediately. A moment later, a huge armored dragon of the 25th level appeared in front of them. The brave Jiang immediately blocked the path of the monster and boldly rushed to the attack. So-commanders began to worry about their commander and urged him to act carefully. However, the guy matured a certain plan, especially since it was the wrong time to use the technique. And since the demon is not so strong, Kai believed that he would not be able to kill Jutsi. Therefore, the teenager, in turn, decided to prove that Z is not a weakness. Everyone shouted to the captain so that he would not stand still, but the guy intentionally backed back. At that moment, Zhu suddenly ran towards the armored dragon, and after a couple of seconds, he defeated the monster with a crushing blow. Thereby, he saved Zhang. Members of the newly made team of the fire gods were shocked by the sudden impulse of the warrior. The young master, in turn, praised the ward and said that he had done a good job. However, after a few seconds, the monster woke up and bounced to the side Jersey. The young cultivator at this time inflicted a powerful blow to the dragon in his weak place. Then he informed Ju that it remains only to strike a mortal blow to the monster. But the warrior still overcame wild fear, and he could not overcome him. Finally, at a certain moment, the guy grabbed the blade and inflicted the last blow to the dragon. Everyone began to shout his name, and Z opened his eyes. He saw in front of him the bloodied and lifeless body of the beast. For some time he seemed to be able to recover and believe that he did it with his own hands. Then he said that this serpent completely unexpectedly appeared and terribly scared him. Then he businessly noticed that the captain needs to be faster, otherwise this monster would eat him. Kai pretended to be, allegedly, he had a clouded in his head and said that actually Ju had to defend him, but Z called himself a coward. At that moment, Nuan, admired by his courage, literally threw him compliments. The rest of the team also noted the courage and incredible power. Jutsi busily said that this was just a job. Soon they all went to the den of the dragons. The road was not easy, since they met stronger monsters on the way. These were 3 elite individuals who guarded the military armored dragons. Kai thought that the capacity of the map in the ghost should be useful now. Then Jiang asked Hu to call on Rain for 10 minutes, which was not a problem for her given the recent improvement of technology. But Nuan will take care of poison. Yuan will ensure the safety of girls and will protect them. The commander also gave the task, and Z, go forward and detain the dragons, but it is not necessary to kill. And as soon as Yan called on his magical rain, Jiang and Zhu rushed to the beasts. Naturally, the lizards hurried to block their path and protect the lair. Then the captain ordered the soldier to take away the armored dragons. Z, in turn, applied the strongest abilities and got down to business. Kai went into a frontal clash and scattered demons in different directions. Moreover, with the skill of Hambler, his strength increased by 100%, with the help of which the young man began to deal with opponents even faster. One by one, the dragons were burned by the commander. The skill really turned out to be extremely effective. The team naturally rejoiced at this result because the main character with Ju was defeated by 9 monsters. Nuan noticed that even the Captain Li could not deal with them so quickly. Meanwhile, the bold Jutsi got a taste and killed another lizard, from which he received an increase in the level and at the same time new abilities. The young master proudly said that he was proud of the achievements of the carcass. Hu said that they worked well with a young cultivator and now their team will become even stronger. Nuan was surprised by the fact that Z was able to increase the level in just an hour. Of course, she too wanted to become stronger so as not to give in to the guys. The captain suddenly turned to her and said that somewhere in the rocks or crevices, a chest with treasures was hidden. And also in the forest, there should also be an armored dragon of a warrior level. Zhu noticed that it should have rested a little in order to gain such necessary energy. However, Jiang said that everything would be in order and began to look for a suitable path. But most importantly, they had to act quickly so that the monster did not manage to call their brothers to the rescue. After 10 minutes of wandering through the forest, they never saw anyone, which was rather strange. Kai used the focus of the ghost but also did not find anyone. Walking further, Z began to behave strangely, and Yuan asked what, as it turned out, he was scared again. The irrepressible Yan could not miss the opportunity, and the alarmingly said that they were still far to go. Finally, facing a rock in a clearing, they began to look around. Jiang once again took advantage of the focus of his eye and felt some danger. In this connection, Kai instantly rushed to the Huckers, urging them to be on a watchman. The team members only managed to turn around as suddenly the rock stirred. And after a couple of seconds, the tail of an armored dragon rushed at them. As a result, the monster struck a crushing force, but Yu with Hu and Z and Nuan managed to bounce to the side. In fact, it was a destructive lizard with the highest rank. The frightened Jew said that they did not notice him because a monster of the same color as the stone. Kai at that moment armed himself with his claws and ordered Nuan to inform him about the beast. The girl immediately requested the data and found out various characteristics about the dragon. The lizard was about 36 years old, and he weighed about 2 tons, while he had 58th level. The commander realized that this was the first time they were faced with the demon rank of the warrior. The team instantly attacked the dragon and inflicted 2 critical blows, which was already a good beginning. Kai understood that the stronger the enemy, the more treasures, but the monsters became too dangerous. The white dragon was quite durable, as the skin was covered with steel, and it had more than 35 points of armor. At the same time, even his belly was resistant to thermal damage and corrosion. Shocked team members asked the same question, really not to break through his defense. Nuan began to read the rest of his indicators, saying that the dragon's energy is 100 points and 150 dexterity. At the same time, the strength is about 400 points, and the physique is about 500. Meanwhile, the system constantly informed the main character about an extremely dangerous beast. Suddenly, the destructive lizard rushed towards the young master. As a result, he held a powerful attack, but the young cultivator managed to leave it. Kai perfectly understood that they could only run away because the forces are incommensurable. But with his dexterity, he would be able to escape. Besides, it was necessary for Z to break through the defense of the dragon. But if nothing happens, it only remained to take the beast away to the forest. However, if everything succeeds, then Zhu will become even stronger and more talented, which he needs. In connection with which, Zhang called to the aid of a soldier, and Jutsa instantly ran to the captain. Having inflicted a crushing blow, everyone began to wait for the result, but it never followed. The lizard was absolutely unharmed, and Z shouted to the commander that nothing happened. Then the young man ordered him to immediately run away so that the monster could not get him. The white dragon, in turn, instantly rushed to catch up with the Jutsi. But at that moment, an explosion occurred. Taking advantage of the chance, Jiang hastened to take his ward from the battlefield. Hu immediately shouted Kai that alcohol yuan was able to lead to corrosion, and he tried to do it. But the guy understood that Yu would not withstand such a monster's strength and lose to him. At this time, the fat man had already set off into battle and blocked the attacks of the dragon with the help of an ice shield. But in the end, the monster threw him far back, and Yuan flew to the side. Jiang called him to be careful with the lizard, especially since he did not sober up. Yan noticed that he drank fresh, breeding second-grade alcohol to calm fear. Yu himself rejoiced at a meeting with the dragon and wished to tear his heart to him. Then he again thought that this was his only love that he had been looking for so long. Nuan could not understand what was happening at all, and why Yuan speaks as if he was also a dragon. The main character's team began to massively attack the destructive monster, but Yu continued to stay in a certain alcohol prostration and run after the lizard. The young master caused himself the behavior of a drunken fat man because he could not help him. In addition, he could not take him away from the dragon, and therefore asked for help from Jutsa. Zai was in shock and finally realized what Yuan had in mind, because this was a lack of fear. Then Zhu also generated a certain alcohol and drank a whole mug. The system instantly reported that due to alcohol intoxication, its parameters have changed somewhat. Yu all this time continued to run after the demon and finally overtook what he wanted. The team was again nervous and began to shout the name of the fat man so that he would come to his senses. The daring Z, in turn, grabbed the blade and rushed to the attack. Subsequently, which began to apply the most powerful blows to the dragon to the belly area. Kai asked him, did alcohol huya really help him destroy the armor of the lizard? Juchi said that blind confidence allowed to activate skills, and, as a result, he was able to break through the defense of the monster. It was incredible, because in fact the dragon's armor was much stronger than the Lord of Wolves and a giant monkey. At that moment, the guy was so proud of himself that he called himself the best warrior. However, karma overtook him instantly, and the lizard inflicted a crushing blow to him. Thus Z collapsed to the ground, and the destructive dragon hastened to finish it off. But at this time, the team distracted him with another explosion and enabled the captain to help Ju. The commander instantly ran to his subordinate and helped him to rise, thanking him for his help, because if not for him, then the beast would have overcome them for a long time. Then he climbed into the defeated demon and began to deprive him of his strength. Having produced several strongest attacks, the guy achieved the necessary result. The white dragon was trapped and could not contrast Jiang anything. Then Kai said that he wanted to provide the last blow to Jutsi. The soldier grabbed his blade and slowly went to the bloodied beast. Raising the sword over Tsi's head, shouted that he was a strong warrior and no one would dare to challenge him. After which Ju began to violently beat the monster, preventing him from taking a breath. The dumbfounded Nuan asked the commander whether everything was fine with Tsi. The main character urged her not to worry, as the guy just drank a little. Soon the young man defeated the white lizard and once again increased his level. Thus, he was already at the 15th stage and received the treasure of the dragon. But suddenly he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground without feelings because he spent too much energy. Yan, in turn, noticed that most likely the Jutsi would not wake up soon. Suddenly, Nuan said that she had the feeling that they had forgotten something. A moment later, they remembered the fat man and began to actively look for the Yan. In the meantime, Yu was indignant that they dared to kill his wife. At a certain moment, he even tried to attack them, completely forgetting who in front of him. But Nuan solved this problem instantly, and the fat man smelled a certain smell, from which he immediately fell to the ground, plunged into a deepest dream. The girl said that he still would not lag behind them, and at least a little sleep. The young cultivator and Hu suddenly asked her a few toothels of sleep just in case. By that time, the late evening had come and our young masters had a halt. Everyone went to bed besides Nuan and the commander, who looked down from the cliff and thought about something. At that moment, the girl brought him water. The guy thanked her and took a couple of sips. Kai said that he could not think how effective for Ju would be use alcohol. Nuan asked if in the near future Tsi could activate the rest of her talents. Then, the teenager said that in fact, he was never weak and proved it today, having added that he just needs more time so that fear overcome confidence in him. The next morning, everyone woke up, and Jutsi could not calm down because yesterday he was the main character. Hu noted that in fact, Yuan also tried to glory and his alcohol had its fruits. The praise, in turn, sounded in a comic manner, which was expected from Yan. However, Yuya was absolutely not laughing, and he continued to grieve about the murdered dragon. Finally, the moment came to find out what is inside the chest and what treasures await our heroes. Suddenly, Ku advised Nuan to open the box as the hexagram showed that luck was on her side. The young master was not opposed. Especially Yan was a predictor with experience. Nuan, uncertainly, was scary and extremely neatly approached the chest. Finally, the girl began to open the box and everyone froze in anticipation of another miracle. After a couple of seconds, she took out the essence of phosphate ore, which cost 500,000 coins. They were also lucky to purchase a core weighing 17 kilograms. Crystals of essence and blood that serve for the production of varying degrees of objects. The bones of the Tianji also cost a lot of money and were an elevation subject. But the gifts did not end there either, and they took out a stone of a mutated blood essence of a blood at a cost of several million from a chest. 1/10 gram of such material could create a secret potion and cost 1 million, which delighted the captain. Suddenly, Kai realized that he had not absorbed secret medicines not so long ago, and they were worth more than 1 million. and only one bottle of such a medicine could cost an unthinkable amount of coins. And if Jiang had known their price earlier, then he would not accept, but would have sold it. Suddenly, Nuan received holy water to go to the 20th level, as much as 15 milliliters. The fat man immediately took up the calculation and said that one bottle could cost about 3 million. Juzi was also excessively happy with such a catch and noticed that Nuan was really lucky. Thus, about 10 million could earn on these materials. Jiang was happy to become the owner of such a chest because the team's profit grew to 15 million, taking into account the pass box. After that day, the team of fiery gods more often cleared this territory. The Jutsi, in turn, became even stronger and joyfully helped the whole commander. Especially after drinking alcohol, the guy literally turned into a murder car. Over the next 10 days, the team cleaned several more zones and freed them from dragons. Thus, Qi and Yuan reached the 20th level, and Nuan increased to the 12th. Soon, Hu asked Jiang where they would go further, because the lands are already cleaned. Suddenly, Nuan dropped a plate of fruit from her hands. Yan asked what happened. The girl sadly stated that she had a message, and one of the guilds ran into monsters, who, as a result, were killed. Everyone was shocked by what they heard and did not understand how this could happen. The fallen lord of the corpses was famous for his intimidation and elusiveness. Also, his level exceeded the 60s, but at the moment, he was recovering from the wounds, which Nuan reported. Hugh noted that if the clans can defeat this monster, then they clearly get rich. Yuan, in turn, could not understand why they went, knowing what danger they were waiting ahead. The main character asked the girl when she received this notification and whether the number of demons is known. Nuan replied that the message came a couple of minutes ago, but there was really no information. The young master understood that the guilds would want to use the wounded boss and kill him, by adding that they are obliged to get ahead of them and pay an uninvited visit to this Lord of the Corpses. Yan said that even if they could not kill him, then at least they had already defeated the dragon. The fat man with Nuan decided, we'll go after his commander. They were also now joined by the fearless Jutsi, who stated that they could not cope without him. Then the young cultivator said that from now on, their main goal is another boss. The next day, our valiant wars went on a long way to the corpse. Walking along the red, hot land, the team became unbearably hot, but it was necessary to go forward. Z drew attention to rather strange trees, which were also covered with fiery cracks. Nuan reported that it was Tianho, and if you cut it, that is, a slight probability of getting a heart for exaltation of flame. Suddenly, Zhu saw in the distance of the members of the guild of Xinlong. They became more and more. On the other hand, another clan went on them, which the fat man spoke about. Yuan offered the team to accelerate, as there are already competitors. Kai understood that they were clearly waiting for support and would soon go in search of a boss. Suddenly, Jiang noted that Nuan lagged behind the team and it was extremely difficult for her to go. The girl tried her best not to succumb to weakness and continue the journey. However, the eyes themselves closed and her mind clouded. At that moment, the captain approached her. The guy gave her water and offered to rest because he realized that almost everyone except her raised their level. In this connection, the young lady is quite difficult with her 12th level. Moreover, the healers did not initially differ in endurance because their initial task was to treat. Z noticed that it is really better for them to wait out because there are many high-ranking people. Kai began to reason. In the fiery ridge there is a fallen overlord, and the territory is too huge. Moreover, there are other monsters on this earth, and while the rest are looking for them to find an advantage, the perplexing Yan asked what exactly he meant. Jiang said, initially they need to understand what they need to find the boss. Yu, in turn, wondered why it was their team that should be the first to find a monster. Nuan also asked what to rely on during the search for the Lord of the Corpses. This led a young master into certain thoughts, and he immediately began to reflect. Ziyu, meanwhile, called on HU to calculate on a hexagram whether they were lucky with the boss today, but the protagonist agreed with C and said that the advantage of their team was in it. After all, earlier she was a master of feng shui and should definitely know what place the monster will choose for the restoration of forces. Suddenly, the girl insight and said that this place should be with Yan's energy. But the young cultivator was sure that the dead of the dead did not have time to find the perfect location. Hu confidently stated that in this case she would definitely find the Lord of the Corpses. After which Kai thought again and did not even feel the approach of Ju, who asked what he was thinking about. Jiang said that he was thinking about increasing Nuan, especially since the materials for the transition to the 20th level have already been collected. Z continued to ask questions and asked what exactly this is for the materials. However, the guy said that they are not so rare as they need to figure it out. And when the young man found the formula for the transition to the 20th level, he deciphered a few words from there and understood something. The scroll said something about living water from unknown sources in flame, which flashed from the air. Jezzi naturally did not understand anything and began to clarify what Kai was talking about. Thus, they needed to solve this riddle in order to know the truth. And if an unknown source could be rainwater, then the Liaoyan Ridge may be the same flame, because it is very hot there. At that moment, Zhang unexpectedly called out a member of the guild and recognized the same Kai in him. Even's free thugs continued to provoke a team of fiery gods in every way. Z asked how he knew them. The guy replied that most of the clan belongs to the Huan family. In this case, Ju invited the commander to teach them a lesson, but the teenager refused. Since they are higher than their level and clearly came here for this, after which Zhang asked them what they needed. The bandit from the Huan clan began to list all the achievements of Kai and say that he is really a brave warrior. At the same time he became close as possible to the young master, the guy silently looked into his eyes. Suddenly, Juchi said that his captain simply defended himself, and Wei brought his minions. The girl from the guild did not like that Si intervened in the conversation of the commanders and hit him with a whip. However, Zhang blocked her attempts and did not make it possible to attack the Sokomander Nick, having added that he was always born by such boring people like them. Then Kai exposed his blade and said that it seemed to be time for them to die. The clan in response said that the teenager takes too much over himself now. They will teach him manners. The young master understood that they were full of determination, and the battle could clearly not be avoided. Suddenly, Nuan recognized the Zuya clan in the leader and called him to calm down and not to arrange a circus here. The young cultivator, in turn, was extremely surprised that she knew Fei. The girl said that she was a team of fiery gods, and Kai was her commander. At this moment, the minions of Suya told the captain that their main goal is the boss, and then they would deal with Jiang. Moreover, the sister of Nuan is a close person to the authorities, so Fei calmed down and hid the sword, adding that today Kai is very lucky, but the next time no one will save him. Suddenly, Shu turned around and said that very soon he would tear his eyes. The main character, in turn, silently looked at the thug, realizing that he could not at risk the team, after which they finally left, discussing among themselves how such garbage generally reached this place. Juicy was furious and did not want to forgive this to the insolence, but the guy called him to calm down. Then he turned to Sue and asked if she knew this Fei well. Nuan replied that he had lived in the military district before and then became a clan warrior, and his real combat abilities are equivalent to the skills of the air. Everyone was shocked by such an incredible level of Suya's skill, realizing that he was stronger than them. Su also said that among the military he has a good reputation, since he has a profession of martial arts. At the same time, there are some gradations. From the 1st to the 20th level, this is a master of martial arts. From the 20th to the 40th warrior. And from 40 to 60s, this is the air, and the 80 level of an ancient warrior. Jiang had a foreboding that they would soon meet in the competition of guilds. Meanwhile, Hu returned and informed the commander that she had found 3 ideal places with Yan's energy. The first is the Twilight Cemetery in the direction of Liuanlin. The second is Lake Shanin. There is also a low-powered basin located west of Liuanlin. Z suggested going to the cemetery to find the wounded lord of the corpses there. However, the captain confidently said that they would go to the basin. The team could not understand what Kai was guided by and why decided to go there. Then Jiang explained that most of the clans will go to the cemetery, so there is no point in going there. And the lake is actually not so hidden and secluded, while it is close to the city and everyone will go there. But the basin is clearly ignored by guilds because it is the most difficult to get there. Kai continued to insist on his own and stated that this was the most logical decision. After a couple of hours, the team of the fiery gods finally came to the basin. Shu noted that there is no need to study feng shui since this is an extremely gloomy place. However, the spaces were enough to hide, so you will have to work. Zhang said that most likely the boss would look for a cave or lair to heal his wounds. Suddenly, Nuan gave out the potions to all the Sochants in order to avoid severe damage and with an action of 12 hours. Thus, the team for a short while lingered in the clearing to accept this drug. Having passed a few more hours, Jutsi asked the young master to organize a halt, as he was tired. But teammates said that if he lagged behind them, he would be overtaken by the Lord of the Corpses. The frightened Z asked, how could he be so easy to find them? Hugh began to say with a terrifying voice that the Lord of the Dead is very hungry and clearly smelled their smell. Ju literally imagined a terrible picture for a couple of seconds and immediately ran forward. Saying that he had already rested a little and was ready to move on, the team only laughed at him. The young cultivator asked Yan no longer scare the young man because he was already weak in spirit. At this time, Z fled forward and did not notice the stone that he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Everyone instantly rushed to his aid, trying to get up. Ju saw something incredible. He pointed to a certain magical seal and in a trembling voice asked if they saw it. In front of them was a broken tombstone with green symbols that were hung in the air. Yan noticed that someone had hidden the grave well, and they almost passed her. Yuan asked if the Lord of the Corpses could hide in such a small grave. Suddenly, the grave began to crumble, and the earth literally shook under the feet of our heroes. The commander Jiang ordered the team to immediately scatter and be on his guard. Everyone began to run away, but the Jutsi stood still and looked at the magic grave. Kai ordered him to go into a frontal clash while he prepares a trap. Meanwhile, the grave completely went underground, which began to loosen and emit green fireflies. The captain said that if Tsi does not manage to overcome the boss on his own, he should run away, and he would hold him out. A moment later, a huge Lord of the Dead climbed out of the ground and headed in their direction. The commander ordered everyone to immediately prepare for the upcoming clash. For unknown reasons, the monster went aside precisely the frightened Ju. The guy was very scary, and he almost dropped his sword from his hands, backing back. Suddenly, the demon took advantage of his heartbreaking cry, and Z flew to the side. Then he generated his alcoholic drink and hurried to drink it. Then, having gained courage, he once again exposed his blade and fearlessly rushed into battle. Having stated that he is the most powerful and best warrior whom the light has not yet seen, Juzi continued to attack the Lord of the Dead, but the demon also gave him a rebuff. At a certain moment, the soldier nevertheless struck his defense and pierced the body of the monster. But at the same time, his blade stuck in the body of the Lord of the Corpses, to which the team drew attention to. Understanding that the situation was controlled, the protagonist urged Z to run away. However, the guy did not have time to do this and received significant damage from the monster. As a result, Ju literally flew into a tree and simply demolished it with his body. The boss, in turn, hurried to finish the warrior. It seemed that Z had no chance to survive, but the young master hurried to the aid of his carcass and attacked the demon. Subsequently, the young cultivator literally enveloped the Lord of the Dead with fire. Yan and Yuan instantly rushed to drag the Jutsi towards the trees. Thus, they were able to wound the Lord of the Corpses, but Z was weakened. Hu suddenly drew attention to Nuan, who was typing something in her system. It was incredible, but at that time the boss easily healed and even dragged on. Su tried to find out about his weak places where she saw information that he could resurrect the dead and regenerate health. Kai continued to fight the demon and shouted that all his wounds were continuing to heal. Even in a state of broken armor and with serious injuries, the fallen overlord was extremely strong. Nuan shouted Jiang at that moment that he needed to hit his heart, otherwise he would regenerate everything. Then the guy realized why all the attempts were in vain, because you need to get into the heart. Suddenly, the boss switched to the healing and ran in her direction. It was impressed as if he understood that it was she who advised the captain. Naturally, the teenager also rushed to her and called on the young lady to immediately run away. At the same time, the commander tried to bring down the Lord of the Dead and inflict at least some damage to him. However, suddenly the corpse's hand crawled out of the ground and tried to grab Kai. Jang slipped away from her, but at the same time he landed the hand of the boss, who began to squeeze his body. In just a few seconds, the fallen Lord of the Corpses broke all the bones of the teenager. It was an unimaginable pain, but the guy continued to hold on and tried to get out. However, he was not able to do this. The team was also powerless. Meanwhile, the monster had already brought the protagonist to his mouth to absorb him. Hugh rushed to the young master, but realized that she could not help. Then the angry Jutsi boldly rushed into battle to try to recapture the commander. Nuan urged him to be careful, as the boss began to highlight the cadaveric poison, which is about the purple fog. Also in the arsenal of the Lord of the Dead there was a blue and black poison, which were deadly. And even Su, with its many drugs, will not be able to help to remove all toxins of these poisons. The strength of the fallen overlord of the corpses was really incredible. Despite his wounds, he could continue to fight. Nuan also realized that Z's strength would not be enough to defeat the monster. At that moment, the fat man Yu drank alcohol and grabbed his ice shield. Then he bravely rushed to the Lord of the Dead in order to save his commander. Su wanted to stop him. Hu grabbed her hand and said that she was better off to stay here. After all, she is their only healer and, in which case, they need her help, Su agreed. The young warrior herself rushed to run towards the powerful boss. The dumbfounded Nuan asked what she was planning and where she was going. Yu replied that she needed to come closer to cause her reign. The healer could not calmly look at how everyone was fighting, and she was standing aside. After all, even as a doctor, she is not suitable for anything because her life was always like that, in the sense that the girl was always protected by the older sister and protected from the dangers of this world. But when the devil's star rose and strong monsters began to appear around the world, it was necessary to study martial art, and her father went to the war with the demons. When Su went to the army, it seemed to her that she could become hope and support for her comrades. And having hit the star of the devil, she was lucky enough to meet Kai and Juzi. And it was thanks to Jiang that she followed the sister's example and believed that she was approaching her dream. But since arriving in the army, Nuan constantly grieved about her low level. Sometimes it seemed to her that she could never become a full-fledged healer and help the rest. The team at this time still fought with the Lord of the Dead, while Su doubted itself. She was tormented by doubts. Vera gradually faded away in her, although she understood that it was necessary to pull herself together. At a certain moment, the Lord of the Corpses found time for another attack. As a result, he attacked members of the team of fiery gods and inflicted significant damage to them. The captain shouted his subordinates with a stifled voice to leave. Nuan seemed that everything was over and she could not become a useful saint man. After the next attack of the monster, Jutsi flew into a tree. The fat man Yu also landed painfully. The shocked Su immediately ran up to the wounded Z and Yuan, not knowing what to do. Soon, the girl still controlled her uncertainty and began to treat combat comrades. For some time, the healer successfully carried out the recovery process. However, absolutely the entire forest was blurred by poisonous clouds and nothing was visible. A moment later, the rain that Yan called for and the purple fog was scattered. Hu continued to enhance the effect of magic rain, trying to turn it into a city. The boss seemed to not understand what was happening and why his poisonous cloud disappeared. At the same time, he squeezed the body of a young master more and more strongly, who could sigh with rude. The main character began to think that in vain he went to this fallen overlord of the corpses. Meanwhile, the boss held an extremely successful attack and wounded the fortune-teller Yan. Nuan, in turn, instantly ran to the bloodied Hu, trying to help her. The young cultivator continued to think that this is the end, and now he could not take revenge on the Huan family. Kai had already managed to get used to this thought, although he hoped for a positive outcome. After all, Nadezhda always dies the last. At that moment, the healing Zhu and Yu again rushed into battle, stroking the crushing blows of the Lord of the Dead, but they could do not harm him much. Yuan, in turn, also hurried to attack the monster with his shield. Suddenly, Jiang found the strength to believe that he could still defeat this fight, remembering her family, because the sister of Insa and his brother are waiting for his return, like members of the team of fiery gods who were ready to lose their lives for his salvation. In the course of several attacks, the boss still released a mutilated teenager from the hands. Kai experienced an incredible pain all over his body and could not stand on his feet. The worried Su ran up to him and asked what to do, because this monster is rather strong. Jiang tried to reassure her and come up with a way to cure him, because he has almost all the bones broken. Finally gathering thoughts, the healer began the process of recovery. By that time, the Lord of the Dead grabbed Yuan and Z with his long tongue, whom he had already tried to swallow. However, at the most crucial moment the commander appeared and naturally did not allow him to do this. Subsequently, the captain inflicted a powerful blow to him, and the demon spat out his friends to the ground. Nuan was frightened at the wounded Sabbaths. The main character again rushed to the boss. Suddenly, the young master turned to Su and said that he was counting on her support. At that moment, the Lord of the Corpses unexpectedly struck Kai, but the guy managed to bounce to the side. The healer said that with the help of Tears of the Immortal Bird, Jiang will be healed 100%. However, there is a side effect in which, after use, the traveler loses consciousness for a minute and dies. But this did not scare the brave young cultivator at all, and he opened a potion. Then it said extremely confidently that he would have enough only a few seconds. Finally taking the medicine, the teenager continued the brutal battle with the monster. But by that time, the Lord of the Corpses once again released a poisonous fog. Kai also noticed that the storm Yan suddenly stopped, which means it is time to act. At that moment, Jiang saw how the dead man was moving underground in his direction. The earth literally loosened, and the hand tried to grab the young man, but this time it turned out to be much faster. At the same time, the commander managed to transform and arm his claws. Then the fallen Lord of the Corpses again let out the poisonous cloud. Kai ran back. After a couple of seconds, the fiery blades of Jiang flew from the fog towards the boss. However, a quick demon managed to evade the attack but never saw the captain himself, which, in turn, began to act extremely carefully. The explosion suddenly thundered. Vladika Dedzov began to twist his head, not understanding exactly where the guy attacks. A moment later, Kai's claws rushed into it again, but the monster again slipped away from them, after which he began to strike in the fog, hoping to get on the grinding young man. Suddenly, he discovered a hole in the ground and realized that Jiang underground. At this time, The young master was behind him and rushed in his direction. Having released his most acute blades, Kai finally could please the target, thus applying significant and extremely painful damage to the monster. But at the same time, the Lord of the Corpses managed to use the moment and grab Jiang. Thus he again clamped the teenager in his hand and did not give the opportunity to move. Nunai was horrified and believed that this time an angry monster would not miss him. The fallen Lord of the Dead slowly brought Kai to his mouth, not expecting any resistance. But suddenly, Jiang struck him right in his heart, saying that everything is not so simple. The main character said that he had just pretended to be caught to hold a hidden attack. Sudden pain made the boss weaken the grip, and the young master fell out of his hand. The young cultivator understood that finally the advantage on his side. The Lord of the Dead at that time writhed in pain and could not do anything about it. In the final result, the demonic boss crashed with a roar to the ground near Jiang. Kai completely forgot about the side effect of the drug, and his eyes began to close slowly. The dumbfounded Nuan ran to him to try to heal, but it seemed to be too late. She could not believe what was happening and at the same time admired the commander, who so cleverly turned everything with his magic claws and struck Gramila, having hit him in the very heart, which was the end for the fallen overlord of the corpses. Suddenly, Sue found that in fact the boss did not die and was still breathing. Then the girl stood up and exposed her dagger to bring what she started to the end. Nuan grabbed the dagger with both hands and raised it above her head to finish it off. But at that moment, the Lord of the Dead opened his eyes and reached for her hand. Sue bounced back in a timely manner and stated that no one else could help him. Then she finally stuck a knife into the very heart because he beat her teammates. At that moment, the dark side seemed to have awakened in it, and she ended his suffering with particular cruelty. The next day, the team of fiery gods began to rest and restore strength. Nuan also helped Kai come to her senses and urged him to take her more drugs. Suddenly, Jiang threw a mysterious look at the girl. Sue could not understand what was the matter. In this connection, she asked him why he was looking at her like that. The guy replied that she had become strong and her path was just beginning. Nuan was surprised by his words. After all, she believed that, on the contrary, she became a burden for them, as she did not particularly help in the battle with the boss. However, the young man said that, in fact, she underestimates herself, and everything was not so. In addition, SU constantly helped her teammates and always defends its position. And when the Lord of the Corpses was at the last out of breath, it was she who inflicted a decisive blow to him. Nuan constantly sacrificed herself without thinking about personal safety, which is a lot important. And despite the fact that the healers do not differ in special combat power, she still contributed to the development of the team. Jiang summed up that it was extremely necessary in their clan and everyone needs it. The girl, in turn, even let a tear from such pleasant words of the protagonist. At this moment, all the Sokomanders confirmed the words of the young master and said that she helped them a lot and healed. Adding that with her help they feel much more confident. Suddenly Nuan was completely bursting, saying that they are also very important for her. After a couple of hours, the whole team restored its forces, and the young cultivator urged them to continue the path. Naturally, everyone was in a combat mood and agreed to continue the journey. But first of all, it was necessary to open a magic chest with treasures. Indeed, according to rumors, very expensive objects are in the box of the dead. Finally, they opened the treasured chest and began to receive their gifts. Kai received a blade of crazy flame worth 350,000 stars, what was equated with 3.5 million Shenyao coins, since the weapon was the 80s. After that, Jiang took a certain armor and asked Seuss what kind of armor it was. Surprisingly, she had no records of what said how unique uniforms they got. Then, Nuan identified the armor with the help of a military map, which she received in the army. The armor at the same second suddenly shone in blue and literally blinded everyone around. As it turned out, it was the highest armor of the necromancer, and she had many positive characteristics. Juchi was shocked by such statistics from uniforms, because it even increased the spirit by 70 points. The commander noted that if desired, armor can be worn even while at the 60th or 20th level. Also, the armor could absorb sound attacks without applying any damage to its owner and its allies. The armor had a huge number of different abilities and could slow down the enemy. As a result, the team had a lot of weapons and armor, but they were all large levels, and SU offered to sell them. Josie unexpectedly discovered a certain luminous object at the bottom of the chest, and curiosity prevailed. A moment later, Z took an unknown ring from the box. The girls were delighted. Nuon immediately began to identify the jewelry in order to recognize its beneficial properties. At this time, the system gave out a cabin of the god of death. The teenager was surprised. This card was available only to handlers and without any level requirements. At the same time, she was one of the 9 main cards. Jung was delighted with such a gift. Indeed, thanks to her, the captain's accuracy will increase at least 3 times. What will be a real nightmare for everyone met on the path of monsters. He also became curious about his abilities and whether to switch to the next rank for this. But most importantly, the map of the God of Death increased its properties depending on the increase in attributes. The system also hastened to explain to the owner about special effects, the first of which was an additional 50 attacks. But the enemy had to survive. The second property was no less strange, where the cultivator increased its power if it did not evade blows. The third effect was much more useful, and was that it was impossible to lose or tear the card. Kai was in a good sense of the word shocked by such a find and thanked artificial intelligence. However, at the same time, the teenager wondered where he would find the remaining 8 cards of the God of Death. At that moment, behind the protagonist, trees staggered behind the protagonist and the birds took off into the height. The young master instantly took advantage of the focus of the ghost, with the help of which he found that one of the clans was heading for them, and his team is not in the best condition. And if they find out that their guild defeated the boss and took all the treasures, they will definitely try to kill them, so they hasten to leave. At this time, the Supreme Commander, in Chief Wei, was in his office and thought only about one thing. Suddenly, an assistant called him, who came to the head of the news, having stated that another country has discovered a connection to the teleportation system. In turn, he was silent, literally plunging into the thought process. After all, he understood that due to the low degree of development, the Devil Star remained under threat. But more recently, everything was different and it was possible to coexist together. One after another, countries opened a teleportation system on lost lands, which were distributed throughout the Devil Star, and lost land are connected to the public zone. This area was an extensive wasteland and the location changed every 6 months. There are also many unknown and mysterious ruins in the Lost Land. Inside them, treasures and various secret materials are almost always hidden. But at the same time, only travelers of the 60th level could get there. And when the number of participating countries will reach 80, the war will be officially declared. Everyone will compete with each other for some keys with which they will be able to get into the lost ruins. The assistant also said that only 49 countries were discovered, adding that they need to get a place in the lost lands to find hidden treasures. All this time, Wei silently smoked and looked out the window. The girl asked if he hears her. Suddenly, it ordered her to collect representatives of the National Association for an urgent meeting. Meanwhile, Kai was returning from a trading house to his huckers, who instantly asked if he managed to sell all the objects. Jiang answered positively and stated that they had been bought in seconds. He also acquired the necessary materials for the transition to his friends. What are the members of the team of the Fiery Gods were immensely happy and thanked the commander. Suddenly, Nuon said, "A couple of days ago she heard that the party held a congress of the National Association. At that moment, Kai heard the clans discuss the upcoming tournament among themselves. Some preferred the Guild of Xuanva because this year they did a tremendous work. Juqi and Yuan were a different opinion and hastened to voice him to his captain. Having stated that they would overcome everyone and will certainly achieve the result, but Zhang suddenly called on them to look into the clan. Everyone immediately began to ask him which he was talking about because they are a guild. But the guy said that this was a secret. Soon, our valiant heroes went to the clan's area, where their young master led them. Having arrived at the place, the young cultivator joyfully stated that they had come. Yu asked if they really needed to join another guild. Juqi noticed that the territory looks abandoned and even has no name. Suddenly, the Sokomandikov lit up, and they asked if this was the commander's building. The main character calmly went to the gate and leaned the card against the reader. Kai confirmed their guesses. It was a guild of gods in the Z-Zone. Everyone was in shock. They literally froze in the doorway and could not believe what was happening. Having gone inside, the team found that the mansion just looks gorgeous. Joyful Jiang hastened to invite them to the house to get acquainted well with everything. The dumbfounded Jutsi asked when he managed to get a new clan. Hu was also pleasantly surprised by a sudden move to such a unique place. The team members for a long time paced the building and various front gardens. Realizing that all this cost millions, in fact, Kai had long planned to build this castle. And since he found out about the competition, he began construction, and when Jiang asked for a guild, he was rejected. Therefore, he went against the Huan family and decided to get his own clan. Everyone was happy because they had their own house on the territory of the Devil Star. After some time, Tsi conducted an analysis of his characteristics and found out that he became a full-fledged warrior of the 21st level. What he hurried to inform the commander because he received new abilities. Zhu also found the opportunity to increase his attributes by 10%. And with each raising the level of soldiers, I will get an additional 7 points of characteristics. The captain, in turn, praised him. Hu noted that career growth in martial arts is extremely important and deserves to be the strongest profession in Shenzhou. The joyful Jutsi said that this is not all, and he has a couple of surprises. During the battle, he could distribute attributes in order to reach a state of high sensitivity and an increased attack. And at the end of the battle, he could easily restore his attributes. Yan and the captain were sincerely happy for him. Zhang noted that Z had become an incredible warrior and soon even catch up with him. Suddenly, they paid attention to a sad Yuan and asked what was the matter. Yue replied that he also switched to a new stage of development, but as he was a drunkard, he remained. And only after the 20th level, he will be able to increase his characteristics by 20 points. However, the fat man could not calm down, who suddenly asked how to enjoy alcohol at all. Yan said that the state of alcoholic fun intensively stimulates his subconscious. And this can be compared with something, but the Sabbaths demanded a specific example from him. Yu, in turn, slipped away from the answer and asked not to develop this topic. The perplexing team members could not understand what the difficulty of giving a clear example. Meanwhile, Nuan went to the room for her awakening, but she did not return. Ju became nervous, but Yan assured that this was an extremely laborious process, and she needed a little more time. After a couple of minutes, the trembling Su finally left the room. There was a grave silence. Z suggested that she did not succeed and began to cheer up the fellow team. But the main character implied that everything was completely wrong and she had something to tell them about. Suddenly, the girl joyfully stated that she received a specialization in the doctor and reached the 21st level. She also took possession of a new ability called toxins analysis. Thus, Nuan could increase the effectiveness of her drugs by 10% and 50 poisons. The fat man Yu noted that now Su would go along the path of using various poisons. The young lady did not stop boasting and said that now she could even withdraw a toxin out of potions. The young master said that all team members woke up and worked well. but extremely serious rivals are waiting ahead of them, which means that it is necessary to train even more diligent. Naturally, the Guild of the Fiery Gods was in solidarity with its commander. A week later, wandering through the forest in search of various animals, Ju noticed that he was even stronger. Thus, he rose to the 25th level. Nuon became the 24th, and Hu moved to the 31st stage. And the Eternal Drunkard advanced to the 25th level and earned a couple of new skills. Soon, the organizers of the competition announced a list of participating guilds, whereas if someone had set up a couple of their clan, putting them against Swanva, where, yes, Hu, as everyone understood that in fact the Huan family clearly had a hand. The furious Jew suggested visiting the military and find out what was happening. However, the young cultivator said that he had long wanted to destroy this upstart. The team was shocked from the words of the captain and tried to dissuade him, but it was useless. The teenager really wanted to see what he is capable of and what the result will be. The next day, the Great Guild tournament started, and the stands were crowded with the audience. Then the host of this event came out and announced the opening of the competition, then listed the participants. Naturally, the vast majority of people supported the Quanva clan. At this moment, the guild, led by Yes, went to the arena where the audience greeted them. Other teams perfectly understood that Xuanva was extremely strong, but there are the rest. However, Hong said that this is just a qualifying tour and the most interesting will happen later. The captain urged Xuan not to be conceived ahead of time, because among the participants there is a person who broke a 30-year record. Of course, everyone perfectly understood that we were talking about the great and powerful Jiang. Huan, in turn, was sure that he would certainly overcome the young cultivator. By that time, the team of the fiery gods did not appear in the arena, and let it say that Kai was going to go to. But after a couple of seconds, a young master entered the arena, and after him, his clan. The commander looked menacingly at his enemy, and Jutsi asked if he called them.